Good afternoon, bowling fans. This is Dan Castle. We are live at Bayberry Bowling in Spencer, Massachusetts for the Amateur Candlepin Bowling Tour 10-stringer. This is the first string in the second shift. We're at the 2 o'clock shift. There's already a shift at 9 o'clock. And I'm going to be on lane 7 and 8 watching the bowlers. And as bowlers go through the cycle, you'll get to see a lot of people. On lane 8 right now, we're watching Scotty Douglas set up. He dropped 8 on his first ball, and he's got himself a spare. Left of Scotty, and hang on, I'm getting the, I believe Mike Marr. I don't know all of the bowlers, so if I get the names wrong, my apologies. But we'll do our best, and we'll watch some good bowling. So this is coming into the third box. Scotty Douglas, lane 8, is on a spare fill. All over the head pin, drops 8, 9. So that's a 9 fill. On the left, we saw a head pin hit and leaving the 3, 6, 4, and 10 pin. So Scotty's got just a 6 pin to shoot at. This is a handicapped event. We're covering 10 strings as bowlers go through the shift. We'll get that. And Scott Douglas picked up another spare. Mike Marr on your left is a 107 average. And I will get to Scotty Douglas average momentarily. I believe there he is, a 118 average. All right, let me check it. Hey, I made it.
I know you made it. I know you
Scott Perry here talking to me. They invited me down last night to do this. Scotty Douglas put 7 on his fill, and Mike Marr with an 8 drop. So just getting set up here. Excuse me. And see what I can see on the feed on my phone, so I can see your comments, because I can't see them on my laptop. Douglas, nice shot at that. He was shooting at the 610, almost got it. Almost got the 7 to go, not quite. And sorry for my momentary silence. Just trying to catch up for the video on here. All right, you know what? I'll do it another way. All right, so through 4 boxes, Douglas is at 53, Marr is at 32. No playoffs or winners today. What will happen is the top bowlers every bowler will gain points toward their standings in this tournament that Caitlyn Finn runs. Douglas punches out. Left a 3 and 2. Marr with a clear, he left. And he gets a spare. Nice shot. Douglas for the 10, gets a 9. He's got a 62 half. Marr, I believe, is a 47 and a ball. Now we get to see bowler 2 on each lane come up. And on lane 8, that'll be Nick Olsen. On lane 7, Pete Surret. All right, you see the comments now? Smelling pizza. Great bowling alley center with big arcade. They have food here, nice management, great place to bowl. I bowled here a couple of times before in the ACST. All right, there we go. Michael Izzo, Billy Shiner, Nick Puhar. Nico's asking if I'm going to call the finals. That's my understanding, that I should be doing some of that. Danny's organizing that now. I've been asked to by a couple of the bowlers. So I fully expect that I'll be involved. saw 9 box by Nick and a spare by Pete. Nick's got a nasty split there. Pete Surret on a fill. And that is an 8 fill. Nick, that pin literally jumped up in the air and landed back on its feet. Pete Surret trying for a 2-pin spare gets 1. Open boxes for both bowlers. Good morning, Greg Packer. Hoping you can all see this. There we go. All right, we're coming into box 3 of our second bowlers on lane 7 and 8. Nick with a head pin hit and drops 7, breaks up the spread eagle. Surret. And that's a Caleri, drops 5. Nick Olsen, open box. Pete Surret with an open box as well. Missed a spare attempt. All right, if they're in the way, I'm going to run this camera up a little bit higher. Let's see if that makes a difference. Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. Sorry,
all right. Yeah, Nick's a big guy, so I can't get over all the big guys all the time on this. Do my best. I'm a ways back here, actually at the counter working this. And all right, so 4 boxes in. Nick Olsen is at 38. Pete Surret at 47. Nick Olsen looking for his first mark. And he drops 7, leaves a 1-3-8. Pete Surret leaves a 1-2, 7, 8, and 10. Now the wood here may work for Nick. Now he went to the left. You needed to be on that wood. Surret, nice offer. Okay, and Nick Olsen with a 10, 48 half. Surret with a 10, 57 half. Third bowlers on this lane come up, and that would be Jason Gothier Sr. on 7. And Brenda Payon on lane 8. So Jason Gothier Sr. with a 103 average. Sheet's not in alphabetical order, so I'm just kind of going through it here until I find people. And I don't see Brenda on here, but I know she has to be. But not showing up on the list. All right. Well, regardless, Brenda starts out with a 7 drop, leaves a 1-7-8. And Jason Gothier has a 4 horseman lead. Nice bid here coming up by Brenda, and she gets a spare. Nice shot. Perfectly done. Beautiful shot. Gothier leaves the head pin. And he has himself an A9 box. On the fill for Brenda. Just 3. Gothier starts out. with a 7, and he gets a spare. Nice stunt. Nice spare. Tremendous shot. Okay, so the Amateur Candlepin Bowling Tour is a summer league, traveling league, and they get together every couple of weeks and do a different kind of event. This is the second event in this series. The first event was a doubles match. It's handicap league, so lower average bowlers are going to get some extra pins. This is a 90 handicap, 90% handicap based on a 130. So, in case you're not familiar, what that means is they take your average, subtract it from 130, and add 90% of that result to your total score. Levels things out so that all skill levels can bowl and compete. Okay, 6 box for Brenda Payon and a 10 for Jason Gothier Sr. Brenda Payon starts off on the 6-pin, takes out 2. Jason Gothier misses a head pin, but gets 6 to go. Yeah, and Nico, that's probably accurate. I'm calling it a league because it's the same people every event. Spare for Jason Gothier. I don't have the standings in front of me. We had a morning shift. This is a second shift. So at 9 a.m. Eastern, there was a morning shift, and they fill the lanes both times. All right, we're waiting on some lane. There was a foul by Gothier, so it's just score correction. And we're going to start out box 5 here. Brenda's on a head pin. Nice shot. And that's a strike for Brenda Payon. Nicely done. Jason Gothier. Off to the side. Came in on the 3-pin. Took out 6. Leaves the 1, 2, 4, and 9-pin. See a lot of friends here today. And no spare for Jason. And that's a 9 box. So we're going to go back to our first bowlers now to do their second half of this match. Thank you, Nico. He gives us a link for those who'd like to see it for the live scoring for everybody in here because they're keeping track of it here. So Scotty Douglas is back. And off to the side. Leaves 4 horsemen plus a 10, and a punch out for Mike Marr, I believe it's pronounced. Douglas trying for the spare. Tries to shoot the inside of that head pin, but misses. Mike Marr puts a great bit on this half Worcester. Did the same thing that Scotty was trying to do, played the inside of the head pin. This time Scotty goes to the left, make sure he gets a decent lead or box. So he has 8 in there. Thank you, Greg. I appreciate it. And a 9 box. So Scott Douglas, 6 boxes in, is at 76. 6 boxes in, Mike Marr is at 58. Scotty Douglas won a very competitive ACST bowler, as well as his brother Tim. I don't know if Tim's here or not. And Scott leaves a 4 horseman. Nice ball by Mike. He left a 6-10. So for the spare attempt, Douglas runs it down, but the 10-pin doesn't go. He put it on the 1-3 pocket perfectly. And Mike Marr gets the spare. So Scott Douglas looking for the 10 by getting the 10, and he leaves the 10, so that's a 9. So 9 box, Scott Douglas is 70. I'm having trouble reading the score. He is at, it says 79. That's not accurate. Oh, no, you're okay. I'm shooting over your head. Yeah, you don't even register. All right, Douglas. Oh, okay, he's at 79 after 7, so it's hard to read the scoreboard from here. Sorry about that. And Douglas, 1-2. Mars left with a 1-4-6. I'm sorry, that's the 1-8-9. A little closer. Douglas gets a spare. Can Mar do it too? And he flips off the head pin, drops it into the gutter, bounces out, goes into the back, whatever it does, but he didn't get the back too. That's a 9 box for Mar. So Douglas at 89 and a ball, and not coming into the 9th. Mar at 84.
9 more to go.
Hello. Scotty on the fill. Rushes by the head pin, light hit, so 5 in the fill, 4 in the fill, 6 in the fill. Okay, got it right here, Dan. And Mars way off, doesn't get a punch out, but leaves a mass of pins. So Scott with that 6 fill is a 95 in the 8th. And you put it on the wood, I think the way you wanted to, but he didn't get the 8 and the 10 to carry. So shooting at this big mass of pins. Well, good job. Mar did everything but the 7 and 8. So yeah, Nico's asking about Tim. I did not see Tim. Let's see what I'm missing here. I'm trying to watch the action, so may take catch up on your comments.
Realistically, guys.
Yeah, I don't see Tim Douglas here. So we're coming into the 10th box for the number 1 bowlers on each set of 3. It's Scotty Douglas on the head pin. Takes out 7. And Mike Meyer came in on the 3 pin. He didn't get a half Worcester, but he took out 4. Douglas trying for the spare. He goes through the middle, so he'll be open in the 10th. He's at 103 after 9. Mar is open as well. I'll move if you need me to. Okay. And with that 8 box, Scott Douglas puts up a 111. And tradition has it that a 111 buys a beer for the team. So 9 box for Mar and a 102. So our number 2 bowlers come up, Nick Olsen. And who's on the other side? Let me get her straight here. Pete Surret. And they're starting their second halves. Olsen sat down with a 48, and Pete Surret with a 56. Olsen takes out 7, leaves a 1-6-10, and a strike for Pete Surret.
Yep, no problem. You're good.
Olsen trying to get this, and he does. He gets a messenger off the left, takes out the 10 pin, spare for him. Surret going ahead. He's on a strike. Threatens to double, but leaves a 5 pin. 9 in his first ball and a fill. Nick Olsen is on the fill here too as well. Let that one get away from him, so just 1 in a fill. Surret with a spare on strike. That's a 20 box. So his 6 box, he's at 76. He's at 86 in a ball right now. Nick Olsen trying to pick up off that error ball and still going to the left. And he sells 4 horsemen. Pete Surret's going ahead. He is now in the 8th box and starts with a 7. And that 7 is his fill. Olsen closes box 7 with a 10. Surret puts 7 on a fill. He's a 93 through 7 and misses a spare that time. And now Surret coming into his 8th box. Little overcorrection, he's on the 3-pin. And Surret with a 9. So 102 through 8 for him. Olsen still has a 4 horseman hanging out there. So 1 more ball for him in this box. Pete Surret moving ahead to the 9th. And he drops a bunch. I can't see through everybody. Drops 9. And Olsen just 8 in that box. So in his 8th box, he's at 73. 73. It's hard to read it from this distance. I'm sorry. And I believe Pete Surret put up a spare in the 10th, in the 9th. So he's going into his 10th box on the fill for him. And just 4 in the fill. Doing all right.
I didn't even see you back there.
Yeah, I'm hiding. Autograph seekers, you know.
Taping my horrible bowler.
When you make it over there, yeah.
No, I was on 7. Oh,
Yeah, no, I'm on. Yeah, I gotcha. I did.
Got my horrible bowler.
Oh, it wasn't that bad. I've done worse than that. Speaking of Mike here, I've gotten beat up in these lanes too, so I know.
Yeah, first time here, so.
It's hard. It's hard to go around. My secret is I go to the foul line, turn around, and then take my slide just like I'm throwing a ball the other way. And where I end up is about where I need to stand, and then adjust from there. It actually works because I have the same problem. You know, you get used to your home lane, so you have one spot you always start at. All right, Nick Olsen trying to get a 10 out of here, and he's going to have an 8. And that gives him an 89 game, but I believe Pete Surret put up a 121. Mike, how do I pronounce your last name? I got it then. I did it right. I know a lot of people. I don't know everybody. That's the problem. But she gave me a cheat sheet here, so. All right, now we're watching Brenda Payon on the right. She sat down with, that was a spare fill, so strike fill actually. So first ball is 2. And Jason Gothier Sr. on the left, he was at 61 at the half. So in her strike, Brenda puts 5. So she closes the first half at 45. Jason Gothier Sr. with an open box. Brenda with a 6 box. I know you guys can probably see the pins better than I can right now, so it takes me a second to catch up. Lots of action that you can't see in front of the camera because I have it up over everybody, so it's a little hard for me to see, and I'm not really good for standing for a long time. I can stand for a minute. All right, Brenda went to the side. She left the 4 horseman plus the 8 pin off here with an 8 drop and a 5-7 split. Brenda with a spare in the 7th box. Beautiful spare. Gothier shooting at the 5-7 and he gets it. So matching spares on lanes 7 and 8. All right, so Brenda is on the fill again. That's her 3rd mark of the string. And comes in on the 2-pin, just carries 3. Gothier gets a break, pins fall forward, and that's a 9 drop. So 9 and a fill puts him at 89 in the 7th box. Brenda trying to do something with this, and it looks like she's just going to clip the 7. So still 6 pins up. Gothier Sr. going for a spare. And he's all over it, no problem at all. Brenda's going to close out this box with 6. And that's 70 in 8. Trying to find her average. And I just don't see her on the list here, but going into the 9th box, here we go. She's at 70, hits the 2-pin and takes out 5. Gothier puts 4 on his fill for a 105 in the 8th box. And Brenda catches that 10-pin that had been moved and takes out 2. Gothier wiggled the 10-pin, but it didn't fall. Jason Gothier Sr. with a 103 average. He's well over his average right now. And Brenda with an 8 box. Maybe 9? Nope, it's going to be an 8. She's a 78. And Gothier with a 10 puts him at 115 in the 9th. One more box to go, and then we will shift lanes and meet some new bowlers. Brenda Payon. Half Worcester left, just the 2 and the 8. Waiting on Jason Gothier for a reset, and here it comes. And takes everything down but the 6 and the 10. Brenda trying to pick up this half Worcester and goes through the bunny hole. Thank you, Nico. I'm working off of cheat sheets here, so as Nico said, Brenda has a 79 average. I was given a couple of cheat sheets here, but I while I'm doing this, I can't start looking up stuff. And she closes with a 6 box, so that is an 83 for her. Gothier put up a spare. He's at 125 plus a ball, and that fill is a 4 or 5. Doesn't have to chase the spare, and he has a 130 game up there, so not bad for that set of bowlers. They're bowling individually, not as teams. And in the draw, that's how they set up, and that bowlers on lane 7 sure put up some good games. All right, we're getting ready for the changes as bowlers settle in, so yeah, Nico, I stand sometimes, but I can't for very long, and really, right now, it's just because of my hip and back problems, where it's just not possible. Most of the bowlers know this, but right now I have to walk with a cane just to get around at the moment, and doing that standing for very long is painful. Sitting for very long is painful, but I will be back to bowling at some point. So no, I can't climb a ladder, and I'm not one for standing and up high anyway for people. You normally don't need to do that. The camera can do it for you. It's been interesting a couple of times where I have worked with Paul, and he's standing on a chair beside me while I'm sitting at the desk. That gets interesting. Yeah, Nico, thank you very much. That's why I had to drop the bowling season early. Hoping to be back in September, but we'll see how physical therapy and other treatment goes. I'm not done with bowling, just out for a little while. But I can still talk. Yes. Yep. I put it there. I don't have access to this league's page to put up stuff, so I got to yell at Kate for that. But that's okay. Candlepin Chat's a good central spot. So this recording, we will put it up on the page for this league in the near future, unless somebody can do it for me already. And I'm going to try to share this to my homepage as well. And the reason I do that, so some people will wonder why I park things on my homepage as well. And there's actually a reason for that. It's not just for my own honor and glory, because Lord knows I flub up my announcing from time to time. It's actually because I didn't grow up with candlepin bowling, and I have a lot of friends from back home where I'm from, as well as where I went to college in the Midwest and other places, who aren't familiar with candlepin bowling. So it's part of my outreach, because I've been getting viewers from all over the country just because they're on my friends list. And so there is madness behind my method, and that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. So I put it up there, and then I was talking to a high school classmate the other day from my home in upstate New York, where he still lives. He says, I've been watching some of your bowling on there. I never saw that before. That's really interesting. I got to come up there and do that. So that's why I do this. It's just so that other people who normally wouldn't see the bowling can. Not that we're going to start seeing lots of lanes in Indiana and other places. Now, if I could figure out how to share this, that would be a whole nother thing. So we're in a little lull at the moment while we are waiting for... I'll have to do it another way. Not letting me share it anywhere. So tell me what you think. What do you guys think of the first round? I'd love to hear your opinions. Throw some questions up there. What could be better about this stream? What could be worse? All right, can't figure out how to get it over there, so. Yeah, I'm trying to, did you share that, Nico, did you share that to my page? My personal page? That would be great too. Right at the moment, I can't figure that out. I am just hopeless sometimes on this stuff. I'm not despite my engineering background, I'm not much of a tech guy here. And if it's not obvious in front of me, I'm probably not going to find it. Thank you, Nico. I appreciate you. Oh, yeah, beer. Maurice asked, is that a camera in front of a camera? And fact of the matter is, it is. Somebody just set up their phone right in front of my rig, so I'm not going to be able to see the other lane. Let me do some adjustments here and see if I can figure this out. So, hey Jason, is that your camera? Is that your phone? Yeah, it's right in my stream. I can move, but it's blocking lane 7. See, we work together as a community. Yeah, Nico. Still blocking 7. Yeah, maybe if you go over here to the right of that table. I don't think I can go any higher. Oh, that's good. How's that look? So, working with the bowlers, many of them are streaming their own event. And now I have an unobstructed view. My only obstruction is the bowlers. And that's who we came to watch anyway. Yeah. All right, so Jason Gothier is setting up his camera out of my field of view. And now we got a new set of bowlers coming up on lane 7. And I will tell you who those guys are because they started on lane 6. And Ron Dolot is first, Nick Brienzi second, Eddie Parent third. And we're going to start out with Mike Marr on lane 8, moving from lane 7. And here we go. We're starting game 2 of 10 that we're going to watch. And Mike puts it on a head pin, leaves 4 horsemen plus his 7 and 9. And Ron left a double row. They got the back triangle. So single pin leave here for Mike, so he's open. And 10 box for Mike Marr, and a 6 box for Ron Dolot. Now, that was a good catch, Maurice. I wish you were here. I would have caught it once I got started, but I was looking away. All right, Mike Marr on the 2 pin. Takes out 3. Doesn't get the half lister that we fear. Ron Dolot is on the 3 pin and takes out 6. Leaves a 1-2-7-9. Watch the Scotty Douglas on lane 9 right now. You can see him to the right of the poles. All right, no spare for Mike. No spare for Ron. Starting off our first box open. And a nice 10 box by Mike Marr. And a 9 box for Ron Dolot. Ron is at 15. Mike Marr is at 20. It's perfect so far. Oh, you're in Ohio. Maurice is in Ohio. Whereabouts in Ohio? You know, I used to live there. For reference, I was mostly in central Ohio. I lived for a few years in Mount Vernon and a couple of years in Mansfield. My oldest daughter, in fact, was born in Columbus. All right, Marr with a head pin hit. Leaves a 3 and 3, but it's a line and a triangle. And Dolot leaves a head pin and a 7 with wood in between. That could go with a head pin hit. And it doesn't. He carried a pin over into lane 6. So that's inconvenient. So somebody's got to go down there and retrieve there, and did not impact the pin. So 7 box for Marr. And we got somebody running down there to pick up that pin. Flew over to lane 6 as the bowler was on the approach. That could have been ugly, gang. Oh, Youngstown. All right. Oh, that's okay. That's what we're here for, is for viewers. All right, we got that pin, and Ron will end up with a 9 box. He's at 24. Here comes Mike Marr off to the 3-6 pocket, which didn't do too bad. He left him with 4. 6 down. All right, and that's a 9 so far for Mike, and a spare for Ron Dolot. And another 10 box for Mike Marr. He's 10, 10, 8, and 10. So pinning great. He's still looking for a spare. Mike Marr, first ball in box 5. Just misses a head pin. Still falling now. For a fill ball. 4 went down for Nick Dolot. I'm sorry, let me get it right. Ron Dolot. And Mike Marr will be open all the way through. Dolot's shooting at a big cluster down there. Did not get the 6 and 10 to go. And that's a 10 box for Mike Marr, and his pinning is superb. With 4 10 boxes and a 7 box, 47 at the half. Ron Dolot will be open, and he's got a 47. So coming up to bowlers number 2. First bowler on the right, Pete Surret. A great bowling name. On your left, we see Nick Brienzi. We see him in the ECST. And almost a spare by Surret. He's on his second ball. He just keeps going. Brienzi missed a head pin. He left a 1, 3, 6, and 9. And that's a 10 for Surret. And Brienzi going for his third ball. Surret's in the second box. Brienzi with a nice 9 box. Surret punched out a half Worcester right. And off to the left. Still 5 pins up. Head pin hit for Brienzi. Nicely done. And he drops 8. And that looks like the 9 and 10 are still up. Surret trying to clean this up. And he'll get himself an 8 box. Brienzi on the spare and can get the 9 to carry. And he'll have a 10. Surret misses a head pin again. Gets everything to the left of the head pin to go, so 6 pins still up, 4 down. And he's in his third box. And they're kind of caught up with each other. Here comes Brienzi. Off to the left. Gets 4 to go. Surret trying to spare that. Still 3 left. Brienzi with a nice head pin hit. And 4 pins still standing. Actually, it looks like he missed a head pin. No, he got it. He picked up the head pin. 9 box for Surret. And an 8 box for Nick Brienzi. And that puts Surret at 27 through 3, as well as Brienzi. They're tied. They're not bowling head-to-head. This is just accumulating scores for the 10 strings. We will not have totals here. I just simply don't have the capability of doing that. Well, Surret leaves the 1, 9, 10, and just picks off the 9. Banana split on your left for Nick Brienzi. Got the right half. And that's a 9 box and a 9 box. Both bowlers at 9. 36. Each one of them after 4. And Surret took out 4, leaves the left half of the rack. Nice bid on that one, but he left the 5 pin. 5 pins always stubborn. Brienzi's shooting at a bunch on both sides, and he leaves a high-low jack. Nope, sorry, 5, 7, 10. 5, 7, 10. 10 box for Surret. 45 half. 46 half. 46. Surret Brienzi trying this, gets the 5, and that's an 8 box, and he has a 44 half, so relatively low for each of these guys. And a scroll going around, back on the live feed here. Jason Gothier Sr. on your right, on your left. We have Eddie Parent. I'll look him up. And I don't see him on my list here, so I don't have an average to give you. Oh, but Jason Gothier starts out with a spare. As does Eddie Parent. Matching spares on lanes 7 and 8. And on the fill for Jason. Hit the 2 pin. Eddie Parent, he's also on the spare, and it's a good break there. Gets 9 to go. So 19 after 1, 15 after 1 for Gothier. And a spare for Jason Gothier. Actually 6 fill, so 16, and a spare for Eddie Parent. So both bowlers have spares in both boxes. All right, waiting on a reset on lane 7. Jason Gothier on a fill again. And that's a 7. 33 after 2. Eddie Parent, nice ball. 7 fill, so he's at 27. This can't be a 27. This will be a 37. He's at the 5-7-10. Nothing going there. So both bowlers will be open. 9 box for Gothier. 8 box for Parent. So 43 through 3 for Gothier. All right, I'm seeing 35 for Parent. I'm not quite sure how that added up, but I must have missed a foul or something. All right, Parent has 6 down for Gothier. Parent's looking at a 5, 6, 9, 10. Had good wood down there, but the 5 wouldn't carry. Gothier still has the 3, 6, 10. And just picks off the 3 for an 8 box. Parent with a 9 box. Gothier 51 through 4. Parent 44 through 4. All right, Jason Gothier drops 7, leaves the 1, 2, 10. Eddie Parent drops 6, leaves a diamond in the right. A smooth diamond in the right. So Gothier trying for the spare, wraps it around the 10 pin, doesn't go. Eddie Parent picks up the diamond nicely. Not the easiest shot in the world. Gothier sends a pin to the 10. It brushes it, but it doesn't go, so he has a 9 box. And they sit down 68 for Gothier and 54 and a ball for Parent. Leadoff bowlers start for their second half of game 2. And we're going to start with Mike Marr in lane 8 and Ron Dolot in lane 7. Mike Marr on his first ball. It's 6. And he sat down with a 47. So did Ron Dolot. He's not on the list either, so I don't have an average for him. No spare for Marr. 8 drop for Dolot. And still 8 up there. Marr cleans him up for a 10 box, 57 through 6. 9 box for Dolot. And he's at 56 through 6. Both bowlers under 100 pace right now. Mike Marr, first ball in box 7. Comes in on a head pin, but leaves a check mark plus a 7. That one got away from Ron. Picks off just a 10 pin. And a nice spare attempt, but he misses object pin. Dolot went to the other side. Still has a big cluster down there to pick up for their 10 box. Marr's just shooting a 1 pin. And he's right in the face for a 10 box, 67 through 7. Dolot recovers and gets a 9 box, 65 through 7. Try standing here for a minute. All right, Mike Marr is on the 3 pin, leaves a 3 plus the 9 pin. 1, 2, 4, and 9. Ron Dolot on the left picked off that back triangle for a double line. On the inside for Mike Marr, nice bid, but he left the 9. Dolot went to the left pocket. He needed to be in the 1-3. So he still has a 4 horseman standing. Another 10 for Mar. He's pinning pro. And Dolot with a 6 box. So bring your questions. I'll do my best. And somebody had previously asked, noted that one of the bowlers was a pro. So in Candlepin, we don't have anybody who's like a professional bowler making a living at it. There are a lot of bowlers in the pro tour, we call it, or at the pro level. But technically, everybody's an amateur. So nobody does it for a living. There's not enough money in the sport to do that. Some bowlers have great winnings every year, though. Mar with an 8. And Dolot with a 10. So Dolot with 84. Mar with 85. If I'm reading that right. 71. 81, I'm sorry. Dan definitely needs new glasses. I'm trying to read the scoreboard up there. On the 2-pin from Mar. Leaves a 4 horseman. Dolot dropped 8. He's got the 3-10. Going for the 4 horseman. Somehow he only got the 1 and the 7 to go. He left the 2 and the 4. I don't know how he did that. Spare for Ron. Is that Ron? Ron Dolot. And a 10 for Mike Meyer with a 95 game. No marks. 95. That is great pinning. He had 8 10s up there, an 8 and a 7. So I know he's not happy he didn't get a spare, but he did great with the pinning. And that's a 7 fill for Dolot, and he puts up a something, can't read it, animations. Puts up a 98 game. All right. On your right, we have Pete Surret. On your left, we have Nick Brienzi. Pete Surret starts off. He is a fast bowler. And he already has thrown his second ball. Nick Brienzi on his first ball. And a 10 for Pete Surret. Nick Brienzi trying for a spare on the 4 horsemen. Plus, or the 3 horsemen plus the 5. I'm sorry. My angle. And regardless, he just got off the 4-pin, so I'm trying to get a 10 out of here, and he'll have to settle for an 8. Pete Surret on that 3-pin, starting box 2 of game 2. We saw Scotty Delegat's dropping big 9. Brienzi on the head pin, and once again has the banana split, 4, 6, 7, 10. Surret everything but the head pin. Got a messenger coming back, but it doesn't take it. So Brienzi's got some wood. That was great pinning. Yeah, 95 with no marks. Nothing wrong with that. Brienzi almost picks up that 4, 6, 7, 10 split. Surret with a 10. And a 9 for Brienzi. So Surret is at 65 through 7 with that 9 box. It's 61 for Brienzi. Oh, well, now Pete Surret gets to look at the 4, 6, 7, 10. He's got 2 pieces of wood down there. Nothing great. He's got to make something work. Goes to the left. Everything but the 10 pin. That was a great attempt. Brienzi gets his split for a spare in the 8. And I believe, yep, that is the 1, 3, 4, 7 split he picked up. Nicely done. All right. Surret dropped 9 on his first ball. He's going for a spare on just the 10. He's got it. Took it on the inside. Took out the 10, spare in the 8 for Surret. Brienzi on the 3 pin. Takes out 3, I believe. 4. Took out 4 pins. For the spare, 4 horsemen plus a couple. Nice hit, but he couldn't get the 7 and 10 to go. 7 and 8. Surret puts 6 in the fill. And a 10 box for Brienzi. All right, Surret trying to pick up a triangle plus 1. He's at 75 through 8. Misses an object pin. Brienzi is on his first ball in the 10th. So he actually got ahead of Surret. Surret's been getting ahead of him. And Pete Surret will have to settle for an 8 box. And Nick Brienzi will not have a spare in the 10th. Be in the 90s. And that's a 10 box for a 94. Now in his 10th box, Pete Surret drops 6. And he leaves the 1-3, 8-9. Wood to the side. I don't know if that's going to help unless it comes off the wall. He's on his object, just off. Thought he was going to come in there, just missed. And that's a 9. So, finishing up game 2 for bowlers, the second bowlers, Nick Brienzi put up a 94 and Pete Surret a 91. You'll recall we saw Pete's first game. And I have not recorded the scores here, so we're just watching the bowlers go. But now we get to see Jason Gothier Sr. on your right and Dennis Perrin on your left. Jason's at 60. It is. I can't read that. 60 something. Hey. How you doing?
125, 58.
Oh, great. I'll catch the scores. I'm having trouble reading them. All right. Gothier with a 9. And a 9 for Parent, so Gothier is at 69, it says. Parent is 65 through 6. And we're coming into box 7 for these guys. Yeah, we just got visits from Mike Smith, my good friend. My Parent dropped 9. Gothier and Parent's got a spare. Gothier had a check mark. He still has the 4-7 standing. And that's a 9 box for Jason Gothier, 78 through 7. Pete Parents is 75 and a fill. Trying to get a couple of good boxes here. Gothier first ball in box 8. Put it in the left pocket. Drop 7. And for a fill, Pete Parent put up 6. No, he was not on a spare. Okay. Drop 6 to start. Took out the 5 and 8. Gothier leaves the 5 pin standing with a wood way out in front of it. And gets a 10. Nice 10. Can't really read that very well. Looks like an 88. 90 for Pete Parent through 8. We're in the 9th box. Game 2. Third bowlers on each lane. And a Caleri, but the back pin fell. A little luck for Gothier. 9 drop for Pete Parent. Gothier shooting at 4 horsemen. Does not get the spare to go, but Pete Parent spare in the 9th. Gets that single pin to fly. 9 box for Jason Gothier. 97 through 9. 108 and a ball for Pete Parent on your left. Act like I do want to be here. I am here, Mike Nardone. I'm not that monotone, am I? I hope not. No spare for either of these guys. Both put out great attempts, so they will close the second game open. No energy. I try, Mike. You want me to jumping around and screaming? I don't do that. We close out game 2 with a 118 for Pete Parent and a 106 for Jason Gothier Sr. Yeah, I'm sure it can, Mike. I'm sorry if it does. You got to stop listening to the guys who yell too much. It's warm in here. Yeah, it is. It's nice though. This is a great place. It's a little challenging right now because my view is very obstructed. So, and I can kind of read the scoreboard, but not really. No, Mike, I can't jump. I'll be back though. Not that old. Mike Nardon. Mike, I had a really fun time with you a few years ago when we did Summer League together. Absolute blast. Fun guy to hang around with. Now, Nico, I didn't say that. That was you that said that. So I was playing around with ChatGPT yesterday, and it had really interesting insights on all of us announcers. Called me the analyst. This is very different from doing ACST because in ACST we're going to cover 2 bowlers or maybe 4. And we'll get deeper into the analytics of the bowlers and things like that. So this kind of format is really just to watch some bowling. It's basically what we're about here. And also it's 10 strings, so I can't get too loud because I won't have a voice by the end. So but at least you can hear me. And calling a play-by-play in this format is it is challenging to do the vocal modifications as you go along. So I hear you. I watch these videos later to try to, just like I do bowling videos, and I suggest to anybody who is live streamed in ACST or any of these events, watch yourself bowl, even if you had a bad day, especially if you had a bad day. I mean, I've seen things in my own bowling that I did not know I was doing that were very evident by the recording, and it's not like anybody who's bowling with me would tell me, but I could see it, and I think it's great to see these videos. They're great training tools. And I do the same on the ones I announce. I watch most of them. And I learned from that too.
Just the balls.
And we have lots of different styles of announcing, just partially based on the personalities.
If you don't like the stick, you can come back in the bag. Do you need a triangle?
Some pairings work really well together. So I'm very pleased that we have that kind of variety. Anyway, so we're getting ready to move to the right as bowlers in a few lanes are still going. Who do we have up next? Well, we're going to see Tiffany Gothier, Brandon Martins, and Dennis Parent. At least that's what's on the dance sheet here. And they'll be moving on to lane 7. We'll get to see them bowl 2 strings. As we watch moving to lane right, Ron Dolot, Nick Brienzi, and Eddie Parent. So Eddie and Dennis Parent will be the third bowlers. I don't know the relationship offhand. If any of you guys know these guys, I don't know those two. They bowl out of Canal. So I unfortunately don't know everybody. I know a lot of the bowlers, though. Mike Nardone, are you bowling right now? If so, I hope you get into my range of view. So all the lanes are full. There are 16 lanes here with 3 bowlers on each one. So that means you have 48 bowlers going right now by my count. How did you do, Mike? Are you going to be leading the sheet?
What do you got for me? They want a new stick. I told them they could return it if they didn't like it. Hold on, this is the one. Is that the good one? Yeah, it's the one you like. No way. Yeah, I know. I'm the best, you can say.
We're in the intermission right now, so we just have random chat. So
Nice.
got a couple of guys who work here with me. I'm taking over their space. I'm an invader, but try to promote Bayberry. I've bowled here a couple of times. Are these wood lanes or composite lanes?
Wood lanes.
Okay, that's what I thought. It's been a couple of years since the last time I bowled here.
Nothing better than all natural wood lanes.
Yeah, except I have to switch balls because my urethanes hook like crazy here.
Yeah, that makes sense. How long have you been doing this for?
Live streaming, probably about 4 years or 5 years. More like
awesome.
probably like 4. So we have, I'd say, about 6 or 7 streamers. I do a lot of matches. And
Has yours always been Candlepin?
yeah, well, I was originally a 10-pin bowler. I grew up in upstate New York, and I lived in the Midwest for 10 years.
So you were missing out, basically.
What's that?
So you were missing out?
No, so the way I started bowling back, I want to say early 2000s, I was going through a divorce, and I used to go to the lanes in Natick all the time. And I would just go in there and bowl, and then I got talked into joining a league, then 3 leagues, and then doing the TV roll-offs. And,
That's how it happened.
yeah. And most recently, I've been in 4 leagues plus ACST.
Yeah.
So, which is partly why I'm hurt.
Oh, so is that a fresh one, or is that kind of been going?
No, it's been going on. There's been some issues. I'm old. So since I fell in December really bad, I recovered some, but it started creating some long-term problems, like through here, and down through here. And right now I can't bowl.
Will you be able to?
My plan is to.
That'd be good.
That's what we're working on.
We had one bowler in our first shift who he injured his shoulder pretty bad.
I had that operated on back in 2010. Yeah.
And then, so he was out of condition for about a month or 2. And then
I was out for about 4 months after my surgery. This is back in 2010. I come back. My first game was like a 127. I'm like,
exactly
all right.
how he was.
But then,
Chuck, and then he
then
won
I
a
had
great
to-
game right when he came back.
I liked my new arm. It felt great, but then it started hurting again. I had to come out again for a couple of months, but it was worth it. I haven't had any problems since then. But bowling candlepin bowling can be tough on your body. In fact, I was showing a video yesterday to my physical therapist, and she's looking at that. She says, "Well, that looks like it's good exercise, but it's very unbalanced for your body."
Yeah, because you're kind of everywhere.
Yeah, she says, like you're kind of, so you got to find exercise to balance out the other side, because it's like I'm right-handed, so
you're working just this
yeah,
side,
and bowling off your left foot and that, and so that causes some twisting. So a lot of bowlers get injured. And her suggestion, she said, if I was working with the candlepin bowlers, I would encourage them to work the other side of the body too and try to balance it out. Otherwise, you're going to be prone to injuries. So I've seen a lot of people come in. I think one of the most popular things bowlers bring is Advil and Biofreeze and things like that.
Everybody's got a nice pack with them.
Yep. So it happens, and but people come back, and I'm coming back too. My hope is September, but I don't know if that's going to happen or not.
I bet it will. I hope you'll make a speedy recovery.
I hope so. So
I got to get back to it. But
all
it's
right.
nice to talk to
You
you.
too.
Anthony, by the way.
Andrew?
Anthony.
Okay.
Yeah. What was your name?
I'm Dan Castle.
What was it? Sorry.
I'm Dan Castle.
All right. Nice to meet you.
All right. And we were talking with Anthony, who works here. And we're getting ready to Drew, you bring a lot to the game too. So you definitely bring some excitement, and it's like sitting down with a buddy and listening to your buddy talk about bowling, and I enjoy that with you. All right, the bowlers are lining up for game 3 of 10. And we're moving one to the right. So we're going to be watching lane 7 and 8, and our first bowler on lane 7, we're going to get to see Ron Dolot bowl again. And on your left is Tiffany Gothier, one of the Gothier families. Dolot starts with a 9 drop. Tiffany with a 3. Almost gets a spare, but misses a single pin. So Tiffany shooting at that double line. Gets everything but the 5 and 7. A lot of bowlers in front of me, so I may be slower than the feed right now because I can't see the pins. Lane Britton coming to say hello. And I can't see any of the pins, so I have to watch the screen now. So that is a 9 box by Dolot. And 9 box by Tiffany Gothier. So Dolot's on his second box. And drops 8. Tiffany drops 5. No spare for Dolot. Tiffany Gothier misses wide to the left, gets nothing. And that's an 8 for Dolot. And a 9 for Tiffany Gothier. All right, box 3. Nick Rondola with a head pin hit. I saw that. And that's a funky leave. Watch Tiffany here. Tiffany caught the head pin that time. And she took out 6. Dolot's looking at the, what's that, the 4, 9, 10? Gets just a 9. No spare there. Both bowlers off their objects. And that's a good 9 box by Nick. Wrong? 9 boxes for Tiffany too. So we're 3 boxes in. Ron Dolot is at 26, Tiffany Gothier at 27. And Leman drop that drops some extra pins for Dolot. Tiffany on a head pin, 8 down. But a wide split there with just a 7 and 9 left. See if Nick can get this. Or Ron, I'm sorry. I'm calling people by wrong names. I apologize. And no spare either side. Dolot trying to clean that up, but he ends up with a 7 box. And Tiffany Gothier with a 9. Thank you, Drew.
He's gone already.
All right, Ron Dolot off the head pin. Leaves a giant check mark there, or you could call it a 4 horseman plus a 2. It's wood in a mix here. I don't know if that's going to help, but I think he's just got to play it in the pocket, see where it goes, and he caps the wood on the right. So Tiffany's looking at a half Worcester. And let me see what she did, because I could not see that ball go down. All right, so both bowlers open in box 5. Dolot in the ocean, doesn't catch a fish. And just a 6 box for Tiffany Gothier, so 40, I believe that's a 40 half for Dolot and a 42 half for Tiffany. That's okay, Kate, we can't see. Kate, you're going to have to come here and talk on the mic at some point. Okay. I'm grabbing Kate Finn, who runs the show here, with her committee of others, and she'll tell me more about that. Nick Brienzi's first ball left him a 4 horseman plus a 9. And on your left, we get to see it says Brandon Martins, but I'm not sure about that. All right, so I'm not quite sure who that is. If somebody knows, tell me. It says Brandon Martins on my list, but I know Brandon. That doesn't appear to be him. Unless there's another person by that name. Nick Brienzi hits the head pin. Left for 3 and 1. So the 3, 6, 7, 10 split. Lane 7, just the right field goal. He's in there. Can you get it to carry? No, does not carry to the 7 pin. Nice try by Nick. And a big drop on lane 7. He's left with a 7 and 9. Brienzi for the 10. Just whiffs it by. And that's a 10 box on lane 7. 7 and 8. Do you know who's bowling now? Because my list says somebody that else. On 7. Yeah, it says Brandon Martins, but that's not. Now, I may get a name wrong too, so I just want to be certain of what I'm talking about. 17 on 7, and on Brienzi, 19 through 2. 7 on his first ball. Just a lemon drop. Nick Brienzi almost gets a spare. Nice bid on 7 and 9 box by Brienzi for 28 through 3. No, I know it's not Fendo. Rob Clark. Okay, let's get that right then. That's Rob Clark is the name of the bowler on 7. It says Brandon Martins, but I know it's not him. So, all right, now we're clean. So Rob Clark is bowling on 7. Now, I haven't had the pleasure of meeting him before. So we have a 9 drop by Brienzi. On for the spare. Catches it. Spare in the 4th for Brienzi. Or no, I'm sorry, that's a 10 box. That's what happens when I try to do multiple things at once. 8 box for Clark. So far. Make that a 9. Brienzi, first ball in box 5. Drops 6, leaves a diamond. Hard to keep up with everybody.
I know, there's a lot.
All right, second ball for Brienzi. And no go on the spare. Clark punches out, but gets a couple extras. Brienzi going for a 10. And he's got a nice 10 box, closes a half at 48. Clark has one more ball left.
I'm not going to pull until the 10. That's $5 for the Surret.
And Rob Clark with a 8 box. He ends up at 42. And now our third bowlers come up. And this is the match of the parents. Eddie Parent on your right, Dennis Parent on your left. Eddie is on the 3-pin, drops 7. Dennis just picks off the 10-pin. And no spare for Eddie. So no spare for Dennis. Eddie Parent just goes by the head pin, leaves up the 1 and the 2 for an 8 box. And a 7 box for Dennis Parent. 1 box in to game 3. Turn around, out facing this. All right, we're going to see Eddie Parent on your right. And that's a nice pocket shot in a 1-2 pocket. It leaves 8, 5, and a 9. Dennis Parent throwing his first ball in box 2. All right, Eddie Parent. This is Dennis on his first ball. He is on the 3. Eddie catches it, and I believe that's a spare. Dennis Parent.
I'll be back.
Okay, he's got 7 down. Nice one for a 10. Looks like that's the 1-4-9. He gets the 1-9. That's not bad. And 9 box. Eddie Parent on a fill. Just 3. 21 for 2. And Dennis thinking about this a little bit, wants to get into this. It's a 2-3 pin, takes out a few. Eddie Parent wide of the head pin, still has a 1-5-10 down. So no spare in the third box for him.
I'm just going to sleep on
this is an object. Sorry. And that's a 10 for Eddie Parent. And he's at 31 through 3. 8 boxes for Dennis Parent. Dennis is at 24 through 3. Eddie Parent, first ball, box 4, half Worcester left. Dennis Parent, first ball. Yeah, what a mess. Came in on the 2-pin. Eddie Parent trying to spare this half Worcester. He puts that in the pocket and leaves the castle left. 4-5-7. Hey, Dennis Parent missed his object, hit the 3-pin. Just an 8 box for Eddie Parent. Still leaving the 4-5 up. And he is at 39 at 4. And here comes Dennis. That 7 box gives him a 31 through 4. Eddie Parent misses a head pin, but drops 7, leaves a 1-3-6. Dennis Parent left of the head pin, and he's left with the 1-6-7-10. Eddie Parent trying to pick up that 3-pin line. And just a high-low jack left for Dennis. Eddie with a 9 box. 48 half. And an 8 box for Dennis Parent. That gives him a 39 half. He's Jason Gothier. Put up something big. I can't see it yet. But that's a double strike. A spare on strike. No, a double strike for him. Actually, a triple strike. Triple strike for Jason Gothier on lane 9. And now we're back to our first bowlers. Tiffany Gothier on your left. Ron Dolot on your right. Dolot off to the left on the 4-7, but also took out the 9-10 somehow. Tiffany Gothier. And she's on the 3-pin, takes out 5. Ron Dolot, nice bid on that. Put it right where he wanted to, but the 8-pin stayed up, the 5-pin stayed up. Off to the left for Tiffany. Dolot with a 9 box, wood did not help at all. 8 box for Tiffany. So 1 box into their second half. Tiffany Dolot at 50 and Tiffany Gothier at 50. Ron Dolot at 49 in the 6th box, and Ron left a 4 horsemen left. Sorry, catching up on some comments here. All right, back to it. 58 through 7 for Ron Dolot, 59 through 7 for Tiffany Gothier. Both bowlers looking for a mark. Dolot with a lemon drop left, just the 6-pin. And that's a 4 horseman right for Dolot. Lets that one get away. So found the channel, ball bounced in, didn't take out any pins. Looks like I left everything. Just the 3-pin for Tiffany. Dolot trying to recover from that wild ball, and he'll have a 7 box. Looks like no, an 8 box, so that's not bad. And that puts in a 66 through 8. Tiffany Gothier's a 68 through 8. Looking for a first mark, both of them. Dolot's having trouble putting that ball over on the right. Tiffany too. Both of them just clipped the 10-pin. Terry. Right. So Dolot got a bunch down. He still has the 1-3 left. All right. So Tiffany's shooting at a rack of 9. She got a re-rack. That was a foul. I didn't see that. So she still has nothing down the first one. Now she's got 3. And Dolot the 9 box. It appears to be a 9 box by Tiffany. She put a good ball down that time. And she gets a strike in the 10th, right when she needed it. Dolot still going to the left. Goes too far to the left in the first ball, too far to the right on the second. Leaves a diamond in the middle. And he settles for an $8 at the end. So without a mark, he puts up an 81 game through 10. Game 3. We all hate it when that happens. All right, so Tiffany Gothier is on a strike. And her first ball is in the right pocket, a little full. But she takes out 6, leaves a check mark left. 2, 4, 5, and 7. And a nice effort on that one. But a 9 fill, and that gives her it's like a 90 game. All right, second bowlers. Nick Brienzi on your right and Ron Clark on your left. Can't read my own handwriting. Rob Clark, sorry. So 48 half for Nick Brienzi, 42 for Rob Clark in the first half of the string. And Brienzi does not have a spare and a 4 horseman. Clark with a mark in the 6th. Clark with a mark. And a $9 for Brienzi, 57 through 6. It's okay, Nico. Mike always gives me grief. On the fill for Clark, and that's 6 in the fill. It's going to be 7. It is 7. So 7 puts him at 59 through 6, and a spare lead that's decent. He can get the 3. He misses the object pin. Does not go. $9 for Nick Brienzi. $9 for Rob Clark. So Nick Brienzi is now at 66 in the 7th box, and Rob Clark picked up some ground. He's at 67 in the 7th box. Brienzi, nice solid hit, and everything but the 10-pin fell. Clark in the left pocket, and that's not bad. That's a triangle on the right, the 6, 8, 9 with a snowball. Brienzi uses the wood to make the spare. Clark's got interesting wood down there. He's going to try to spin it. It does, but it doesn't take the 10. So Clark trying to get a 10 box here. And he'll take that 10, and that gives him 77 in the 8 box. Brienzi on the spare fill. Carries it on the head pin. Somehow the 7 pin stayed up, so 9 in the fill. He's now at 85 in the 8th box, puts him over par. Rob Clark looking for another mark. First ball goes to the Leman drop left. Brienzi with 2 spares in a row. 95 in a ball and a 9. All right, Rob Clark trying to make something out of this. And he catches a head pin, but the 6-5, or the 3-5-6-9 diamond is up. Brienzi's going ahead, and he's on a fill, and that's another 9 fill for him. So he's at 104 in the 9th. Brienzi with the 9 boxes at 80, 7 boxes at 84 for Rob Clark. Brienzi gets another mark. 3 spares in a row for Nick Brienzi. Rob Clark just misses a head pin. He leaves the 1, 3, 9, 10 on the fill for Nick Brienzi. And that's a 5 fill. So Nick Brienzi puts up a 119 game, and Rob Clark gets a mark. Definitely wanted that. So Rob Clark looking for a fill here. He's at 94 and a ball. Needs 6 to get to 100. And here he is on the fill. Justin Lapinese visiting. And that's 7 in the fill, so that gives him a 101. Hard fought 101. Here we was battling there all the way through. Now the parents come up. Eddie Parent on your right. And Eddie Parent starts with a 6 drop. He left the last half at 48. Dennis Parent doing some technical work on this. All right, waiting on Dennis Parent. Here he comes. First ball of box 6 and goes to the 10. Eddie Parent trying to pick up the 2-4-7-10 and goes wide at left or right of the 2, so just gets the room. Dennis Parent with a 9 rack down there. Eddie Parent with a 7 box. He just caught the 7 pin. 55 through 6. Dennis Parent, and he'll have a 7 box too. I'm going to move my chair around a little bit here. I'm sitting side saddle right now. Face the bowlers a little better. All right, Eddie Parent, first ball just off the head pin. Only takes out 3. Dennis Parent, he comes in on a 2-pin too. But he gets 4, 5. Dennis Parent, or Eddie Parent, nice try on that. He put it in their pocket. 3-4-7 still up. And way wide right for Dennis Parent. Eddie Parent trying to make a 10. He gets a 9. 63 through 7. And Dennis Parent with another 7 box. And that gives him 53 through 7. Okay, Eddie Parent coming up. Box 8. And his first ball goes wide to the right on that 3-6 pocket, which only takes down 4. Dennis Parent made a nice correction there, but too full on the head pin for a spread eagle. Eddie Parent, nice attempt there. He came in on the head, yeah, a tiny bit full, but he found his object. Got to do that. Dennis trying to spare the spread eagle. 9 box ready. And he's at 72 through 8. All right, Dennis gets an 8 box that time. He's at 61 through 8. Eddie Parent, 8 on a drop. Eddie Parent drops 8, leaves a 4-7, and we're waiting on a re-rack on Dennis. So Dennis first ball and the 9th. In the pocket. Ends up with a 7-10 split, and that's a spare for Eddie Parent. So 8 drop for Dennis, but it's a 7-10. He's got wood over by the 7. Maybe that'll help. Catches a 7, can't carry anything to the 10. So Eddie Parent on the fill in the 10th. He's in there, solid on the head pin, drops 7. 9 for Dennis. And that puts him right at 70 as I can see. Eddie Parent trying to spare this, just misses the object. So he'll be open in the 10th. Eddie with a hit to the left, takes out the left triangle. And that's an 8 box for Eddie Parent. Dennis Parent trying to clear up that double line. He's on it, but he does not get the 10 pin go, so that's about as good of an effort as you can make on that. And he did okay, but we'll have an open box in the 10th. Eddie Parent closes with a 97 string. And there's a 10 bucks for Dennis Parent, and he ends up with an 80 game. So we are done for this round for game 3. And we will be going on to game 4 momentarily. So we're going to be moving to the right momentarily. But I'm still here. Hopefully you are too. And love to hear from some of you guys in the intermission here between games 3 and game 4. All right. So how's everybody doing on this Saturday afternoon? It's a nice day here in Mass. A little warm, but not rainy. I'm just opening another window here, seeing if some of my out-of-state friends are watching. Questions on the game of Candlepin. I love those. I've been doing this for a couple of years. Though I know a lot of bowlers that are my age that have been doing this since they were children. And a lot of bowlers here have been too. We're going to be moving everybody to the right, one lane. And it looks like there's only a couple of bowlers still going here. And who he's going to be seeing coming up next. All right, we're going to see some friends coming up next. Nathan Wheeler, Kevin Dietrich, and Scott Perry are going to be our next bowlers on lane 7. Ron Dolot will move, and team Nick Brienzi and Eddie Parent, they will move to the right to lane 9. And Tiffany Gothier, Rob Clark, and Dennis Parent will stay in our stream. So this will be fun. Hopefully I can get Kate Finn to come over here on the microphone at some point. So, everybody a little quiet at the moment. That's okay. This is a long event. This is a second shift. So, this morning we had a 9 a.m. shift. This is the 2 p.m. shift. Both were full, so that's a lot of bowlers in here. Just looking through my list here. And wrapping it up down on lanes 13 and 14. They're just about done. So Unfortunately, I don't have any intermission entertainment to do. So, and if you're watching on the recording instead of live, you missed your opportunity. I'll zoom this out a little bit. You can see. If I can. No, I can't. All right, we're going to be moving over momentarily. Looks like we're wrapped up down there. So we are ready. So I zoomed out a little so you could see kind of the layout of the land, but I don't think it helps us a lot. So I'm going to zoom back in. May take a moment to catch, but I'm not going to fool around with a power switch. Because last time I did, I goofed this all up. There we go. See if I can get a little better zoom here. This camera has a remote, but it is a little bit laggy. And the bowlers are putting their balls up. I see Mike Smith going all the way back to lane 1. Hopefully we'll get to see Mike. Probably will. He's a good guy. Great bowler. Former major league pitcher. And we've been teammates a couple of years. Not just last year. All right, everybody getting ready to go. They're checking their slides. Tiffany Gothier on your right. And our friend Nate Wheeler, ACST bowler, on your left. As we get ready to rock and roll on game 4. And we will get Kate Finn to talk to us at some point after she compiles scores. And this is one of a series of bowling events called the Amateur Candlepin Bowling Tour. And the bowlers who are in this event bowl at various events around the area and accumulate points toward the end of the season. So now we're off on game 4. You're on. Yep. 7. You're on. That's Scott Perry, and I wouldn't be here if Scott hadn't messaged me last night. So Tiffany starts off with a 9 drop. Well, 9 after 2. So does Nate Wheeler, who had a check mark. And Tiffany Gothier with a 10. Nate Wheeler going for a 10. He's got just a 7 left. And Nate starts off 4 with a 9 box. Nice fall. Tiffany Gothier put it on the head pin. Leaves the 3, 9, 10. Wheeler on the head pin. All the walls fell down, but the king is standing. And Tiffany Gothier with a spare in a second. She picked up that 3, 10, 9 split like it was nothing. Wheeler shooting at a single pin, and he gets it. Catches the wood in the back, but that counts. Move my chair again. On the fill, and Tiffany gets a break and puts 6 in a fill, so 25, 26 through 2. We're waiting on our re-rack for Wheeler. Tiffany's going to go ahead. So no spare for her. Nate Wheeler on his first ball. So he is on a fill too. And it's a half Worcester right, not what you want to do, a 2-fill. So 21 to do. And through the goalposts for Tiffany, 8 box, she's at 34. And it's still an open box for Nate. Still has the 7-8, 2-8, 7-8, thank you. Off to the right for Tiffany. And Gothier, or Wheeler with a 7 box, so he's at 28 through 3. Tiffany off to the right again. Wheeler with a nice first ball. He drops 7. Still leaves a 5-8-10. Wood in front of that, the 2 that might help him. Tiffany trying to get out of this box, and she does with a 6. Actually, it's an 8, 42. Wheeler misses the front pin, so no spare for him. And Tiffany going into box 5. She's on the 2-pin, takes out just 3. Wheeler with an 8 box. So 4 boxes in. Nate Wheeler is at 36. Tiffany on her spare attempt, 4 horsemen plus a 7 and 9. She gets everything but the 3, 6, 7. Nate Wheeler starting box 5. Ball on the head pin leaves a 4, 7, 10 split. Lots of wood down there. So I think he's got a shot if he can hit that front wood on. Well, it's moving off, so let's see where it ends up. Now he's got to go to the 4-pin. See what he does, but I think that if I were shooting this, I'd be looking at the 4-pin slightly on the right side. Nate's conferring with Kevin Dietrich. And that's where he's going. And it took the 10-pin out late, but it did go out. But not the 7, so that didn't work. Open in the 5th. So Wheeler is at 45 or 46. Make that 45. Nate Wheeler with a 45 half. And I see a 49 half. 49 half for Tiffany Gothier. All right, now we see Rob Clark on your right and Kevin Dietrich on your left. Kevin Dietrich, this will be our first shot at looking at him. Well-known bowler. And Clark off with a headpin hit. Dietrich, nice start. Nice ball, but he leaves a 6, 7, 10 split. Clark. No go on that spare. Dietrich trying to cut it over, leaves a 7-pin. Both of them have a 7-pin up, actually. And Clark trying to get a 10. No problem. Picks up the 10 off the wood. Starts with a 10 box. Here comes Dietrich. And he gets a head pin right, or the 7-pin right in the face for a 10 box, matching 10 box with Rob Clark. All right, box 2 of game 4. Rob Clark on your right on lane 8 here in Bayberry and Spencer, Mass. And he starts off on the head pin, leaves a 3-1 split. Dietrich. 2 pins left of the head pin. He comes in on the 4 and takes out a triangle in the back, leaves a double line. On an attempt here, nice try by Rob Clark, but he can't carry anything to that 4-pin. No, you're okay. All right, Dietrich waiting for a ball return, and he's shooting at that double line, I call it. Nice try on that, but leaves 1 pin up. And on a 10, Rob Clark, no problem picking up another 10. He's at 20 through 2. Dietrich does the same. They're matching 10s. 20 through 2 for both of them. And in box 3, both bowlers perfect with 10s. Clark with that hook on the ball ended up on a 2-4. Dietrich, nice ball, leaves a 6-10. So Clark is looking at the 1-3-8. Gets the 8 only. Dietrich good spare after here. But he can't get the 6-pin to fall. Clark with an 8 box, 28 through 3. Dietrich with a 9, he's at 29 through 3. And we're going into box 4. So here's Rob Clark. And he's got a mess down there. Kevin Dietrich. Not a bad ball, leaves the 3-6-10. Clark is looking at 1-2-7-8-9. Oh, I'm sorry, 1-2-7-9-10. And the screen says the 6-pin, but it's not there. He still has the 1-9-10. Dietrich hit his object, but could not carry that back pin. So he will be open. And that's a 9 box for Clark. 10 box for Dietrich. Dietrich with 39 through 4, Clark with 35. Okay, Rob Clark, box 5. And it looks like he got a bit of a break. He had a spread eagle, but he got the 4 and 7 to go. Dietrich on the right leaves up 4 horsemen plus the 5, not 8. Clark takes the right side, doesn't touch the 2-pin, so he's open in box 5. All right, Dietrich waiting on a ball again. Misses everything. He's trying to play the outside of that head pin, so he's still 6 up. And a nice 10 by Clark for a 45 half. All right, Dietrich puts up a 9, and that gives him a 48 half. So both under par. Everybody under 50 so far on this half. All right, Scott Perry on your left faces Dennis Parent on your right. Scott Perry planning to become an ACST bowler next year. He carries a 98 average. Ready to start game 4. Here comes Dennis Perry. Dennis is a very thoughtful bowler. Scott goes ahead, punches out the 3-9. Actually, Dennis, I'm sorry, I missed the first ball. Nice try on the spare, leaves the 8-pin. Scott on his spare attempt. Trying to play the pocket, but misses a head pin and leaves a 110. Parent with a 9 box. Perry looking for a 9 or 10. Head pin and 10 pin. And it's an 8 box. Okay, our third bowlers. Box 2 of game 4. Dennis Parent on the 3-pin. Leaves the 1-2, and that's it. Scott Perry hits the 3-pin. He's got the 1-2, 8, 6, 10. No spare for Dennis Parent. Scott Perry's got a tough leaf here. He's going to try it, and he just caught the 2-pin. He need to be on that head pin, one side or the other, preferably the right side, I think. 10 box for Dennis Parent, he's a 19 through 2. Scott Perry trying to clean up the 1, 8, 6, 10. He gets the 8 pin, but leaves 7 up. All right, we're coming into box 3 for these guys. Dennis Parent on your right. He's a 19 through 2. All right. Watch it. Candlepin chat, and to the Amateur Candlepins into my live feed. So I get a lot of outer staters on my page. Yeah, I caught you.
Yeah, my son.
That's all right.
Over here,
Believe me, I've embarrassed myself up there a lot of times. Nice.
the 40 half over here, the 6 over here.
It's always like that. I could have set up over there. We're talking to Ron Dolot there. All right, we're in box 4. And Parent hit a spare in the 3rd. And Scott Perry hit a 9 box, so he's at 24. All right, so we're going to see Dennis Parent on a fill. We're waiting on a reset on lane 7. Ron Dolot was talking about how when I was showing him, he was having a tough game, but then he moved over out of the stream and he bowled well. Stage fright, maybe. Dennis Parent on the fill, and that's a 6 drop, so 6 in the fill. He's at 35 through 3. Scott Perry, nice ball. Leaves a triangle right and a 7 pin. Good opportunity for a cool spare. All right, 2 in a row for Dennis Parent. Picks up that 4 horseman beautifully. Scott Perry gets the 3-in-1 spare, takes down the 6, 7, 9, 10 like it was easy. So matching spares on lane 7 and 8. And that puts Dennis Parent at 45 in a ball in the 4th. Scott Perry at 34 in a ball. On the fill for both. Oh my goodness. Dennis Parent puts it in the 1-2 pocket. And man, that's a mess down there. Just chipped off a few pins, got 3 in the fill. Scott Perry on his fill. And he comes in on the 3 pin and he put 4 on his. Well, Dennis trying to spare this mess. Goes through the center. Scott Perry with 4 horsemen plus the 5-8. Misses the head pin. Everything else goes down. So he's open in the 5th. He's at 38 and a ball. Or 38 through 4. Now he's going to be under 50. And that's a 47 half. Dennis Parent with a 53 half. All right, Tiffany Gothier on your right versus Nate Wheeler on your left. Always check your slide. Always a good idea. Lane conditions change when other bowlers go up there. You don't know if somebody spilled some powder on there or if the lanes start to get sticky. It is hot and humid today. So I respect Tiffany very much for doing that. I do the same thing. It's not my OCD. That's other things I do. All right, Tiffany, first ball in the 6th. And she throws a great ball and leaves the 3-7 split. And I guess the 9 pin's hiding back there too. Nate Wheeler with a 6 drop. Tiffany trying to use the wood, but only gets the 9 pin to go. Nate Wheeler with a 1-7-9-10. Can't get that 9 pin to fall. Tiffany trying to get a 10 here. She gets a 9. So that gives her 58. And Wheeler's 9 puts him at 54 through 6. So both bowlers are under par. Need to pick that up. Try to get over a 10 box average. Tiffany Gothier, first ball. Nice ball, does not quite break enough. No breaking ball, but didn't catch the head pin. Wheeler getting some backdoor action there, drops 5.
Get a second.
Tiffany catching that, and too full on a head pin, but nice try. Nate Wheeler misses a head object pin. All right, Tiffany Gothier, another 9 box. So she's at 67 through 7. Nate Wheeler, this is everything. That's a 6 box. Don't want to do that. He's at 60 even through 7. All right, Tiffany Gothier coming in at box 8. Nice ball. Again, it doesn't quite break enough. She's got a nice, slight, mild arc in that ball. Wheeler on the 3 pin. Again, he gets some good backdoor action. I bowled Nate Wheeler before. He throws a good, powerful ball. Tiffany leaves 1. I believe that's a head pin. Wheeler kicking pins over to catch that 10, but can't get that 2 to go. So he's open in an 8. Gothier with a 10 box, 77 through 8. And Nate Wheeler catches his 10 too, so he's at 70 even through 8. All right, Tiffany's on the other side of the head pin that time. Just took off 3. Wheeler with a solid head pin hit. Takes out everything but the 7. Nice ball, Nate. All right, Gothier on the 3 pin. Still has the 1, 6, 10 left. And Wheeler misses a spare. Goes into the channel. So we're in the 9th box of game 4 for these guys. Tiffany trying to kick the head pin over to the 610, but leaves the 610. Wheeler trying to get a 10 here, and he misses again to the left. Thought he had it. All right, final box of game 4 for these 2 bowlers. And Tiffany Gothier starts off, catches the head pin light, and takes out 8, leaves the 310. Wheeler goes wide left. Tiffany's got a good opportunity here. Wood's a little flat. She gets it. Spare in the 10th for Tiffany Wheeler. Gothier, I'm sorry. Nate Wheeler on your left. Nate on his spare attempt leaves up the head pin. And then the 8, 9, 10. Lots of wood in there, so maybe you can get a 9 or 10 out of this. He's on that 10 attempt. And it's an 8. So Nate Wheeler will have an 87, I believe it is. 87 game. Tiffany with that fill, right at 100. All right, Rob Clark versus Kevin Dietrich now for their second halves. Rob Clark sat down with a 45. Kevin Dietrich with a 48. Nobody's on a mark right now. And here we go. Rob Clark, first ball. Just off the head pin, leaves the 4 horsemen right. Kevin Dietrich. Everything but the 1-3-7 or 1-3-10. On a spare attempt. Oh, Rob Clark catches that head pin. Does not get the ball to go, the pins to go. Dietrich gets the spare with a 10 pin falling last. Clark with an 8 box. So 6 box in. 53, I'm sorry. For Rob Clark on your right. Kevin Dietrich is at 58 and a ball. Box 6. Now we're starting box 7. Rob Clark puts it in the pocket, leaves the 3-5 on the fill. Dietrich with just, well, it looked like a half lister, but got some more action. He leaves the 1 479, and that's a 6 fill. Clark misses his spare attempt. Dietrich is at 64 through 6. Is that last pin going to fall? It does not. So both open. Clark with a 10. Dietrich with a 9. 7 boxes into game 4. Clark at 63, Dietrich at 75. 3 more boxes to go for them. Clark looking for a mark at over 100. And he punches through, leaves the 4 horsemen minus the 7. I'm sorry, not the 4 horsemen, the spread eagle. 3 rack on 7. Dietrich, first ball, hits the 3 pin. There goes the head pin, but he still has the 6, 7, 8, 10. Just one. Nice spare attempt for Dietrich, but 6, 10 still up. And that's an 8 box for Clark. 71 through 8. Dietrich with a 9. He's at 84 through 8. All right. You guys have gotten quiet. I'd love some comments. Getting the ball. Scott Perry going down to get the ball for Kevin Dietrich. Ball went into the channel and stayed out. And here we go to box 9. Rob Clark, he's a 71 through 8. And goes to the right, gets a helicopter action, takes out a couple more, so 6 now. Dietrich with a bomb. Striking the 9th for Kevin Dietrich. Nice ball. Rob Clark to the left, still 3 pins standing. 1-5-3 or 1-3-5, whatever you prefer. Tried to carry the head pin off the wall, but he ends up with an 8 box. He is at 79 in the 9th. Clearly not happy about that. All right, 10th box, game 4. Rob Clark on your right. Finds a head pin that time, leaves a check mark. Dietrich on his first fill ball. No double, but what a break that was. 8 in the first ball, he's left with a 6-10. Rob Clark with a great bid on that, but can't get 1 pin to go. And Dietrich puts up spare on strike, so with that 20 box, I'll tell you where he stands at 9 as soon as it comes up on the screen. Clark with a 9. And that's an 88 game. So Dietrich is at 107 through 9. Am I reading that right? 102 through 9. 112 plus the ball. Punches through, but gets the break. So 4 in the fill. And that's a 116 game for Kevin Dietrich. And now our third bowlers are coming up. Dennis Parent on your right, Scott Perry on your left. And Dennis Perry sat down on 53. Scott Perry at 47 at the half. All right, we got the reset. We're ready to roll. Box 6, game 4. Dennis Parent on your right with a 53 first half. Trying to get something going here. And he throws the ball to the 6 pin. Scott Perry at 47 at the half. he's on a 6-pin too. So both bowlers are the same lead except for Perry, or Parent has a 9-pin too. No more. It's gone. All right, Scott Perry, no spare for either bowler here in the 6th. And a nice attempt at a 10, but Parent ends up with a 7. 60 even through 6. Scott Perry gets an 8. So Perry's at 55 through 6. Box 7, game 4. Dennis Parent on your right. He's on the head pin, little full. Leaves the 2, 4, 7, 10 split. No wood to play with. Scott Perry. He's off the head pin on the 3. Leaves the 1, 7, 8, 9. Little wood in the mix. Parent trying to catch that. Misses the object pin. All right, Scott Perry trying a difficult spare attempt here. He misses his object. Just picks off the left 2 pins. Parent trying to get a mess out of this split. And he does. He picks it up for a 10 box. Beautifully done. No wood. Carries that 2 into the 10. And Scott Perry picks up the 1-9 for a 10 box. Both bowlers with a 10 box. Scott Perry at 65 through 7. Dennis Parent at 70 through 7. Right on par. Box 8. Dennis Parent. 2 full on a head pin. Gets the bird. The spread eagle. Nobody likes that. All right, Scott Perry. Can't see his first ball. But he got something. He got just a 7-pin. Dennis Parent trying to spare the very difficult spread eagle. Gets all but the 3, 6, 10. Scott Perry did a much better ball in the second, but it still leaves a head pin. And an 8 box for Dennis Parent. And a 9 box for Scott Perry. So Dennis Parent got some action over in lanes 5 and 6. Dennis Parent at 79. Maybe a 78. And Scott Perry at 74. We're now going into the 9th box. Dennis Parent's going to start us off. His first ball in the 9th box is on the 2-pin and punches out the 2-8 for a half Worcester left. Scott Perry found the head pin, leaves a triangle. He's got the 3, 5, 6. Trying to catch the half Worcester. Dennis comes in on a 3. Perry misses a triangle to the left. Dennis Parent picks up the 1-7 but leaves the 9 box. Scott Perry with an 8 box. He just clips off the left side of that triangle. All right. Last box of game 4. Dennis Parent. Again, full on a head pin. Spread eagle minus the 3. Perry picks up everything but the 1, 2, 4. Easier lead for him. Just 2 more for Parent. He still has the 2, 6, 10. Scott Perry on the spare attempt. Gets it. Spare in the 10th for Scott Perry. Right on time. Parent trying to get a 9 out of this. Goes to the 6, 10. And don't know if that's good or not. He's going to call it good for an 8 box. And that is a 95 game for him. Scott Perry's on the fill. He is now at, I can't even read this right now. All right, we'll see when it comes up. I can't tell. Well, he puts 6 on the fill, and that gives him a 98 game. He was at 82 at the 9th. So 98 for Scott Perry, 95 Dennis Parent. I'm not the official scorekeeper, so I'm just trying to read the screen. But we have completed game 4 now. And I may wander off mic for a little bit, so pardon me for the dead. And I'm going to wander off and grab a drink quick, so talk amongst yourselves for a bit. But we are here live at the second shift of the Amateur Candlepin Bowling Tour 10-string event. We're watching lanes 7 and 8. I'm Dan Castle. We're here at Bayberry Bowling in Spencer, Massachusetts. Beautiful place. Come bowl a few games here. Play in the arcade or use the pool table. All of those things here. I see a lot of pizzas walking by. I smell pizza. There's food here. Great place to spend a day with your family or friends. And I will be back in a moment. I'm going to leave the mic live. Gotta go out this way, right? Very appreciated.
We've got Gatorades or tea.
As long as it's sugar-free, I'm grabbing the sugar. Thank you very much. You're good. You don't have to duck it. All right, that was my 4th inning stretch. People are kind enough to grab me a drink of water. I appreciate that very much. And while we're waiting for Game 5 to start, I'll give you a station ID. This is Dan Castle. We are at Bayberry Bowling in Spencer, Massachusetts. And we are watching a Amateur Candlepin Bowling Tour event, the 10-stringer. This is the second shift. They had a first shift this morning where an equal number of bowlers came in and bowled their 10 strings. And now we're watching the second shift. We're coming into Game 5 here. And we're shifting. Everybody's shifting to the right. And I believe our next bowlers on my list say Ari Leman, Dan F. or Dom F. I'm not sure. And Megan Harlo. So I'm not sure who the center bowlers is. Somebody scratched out somebody else and penciled in somebody. So roster changes happen. And keep in mind, these bowlers are not bowling as teammates. They're bowling individually. So first, second, or third was just part of the draw. So when you come into a tournament like this, part of what you do at the beginning is you draw lanes from a bucket, literally, tickets or pieces of paper or whatever they use, and it'll tell you you start on lane 8, number 1, number 2, number 3, and then that's the order we're going to bowl in from there on out. And so luck of the draw. And there's always a few minutes between rounds. So lots of bowling action going on this summer. Very shortly, the dates for the Atlantic Candlepin Singles Tour Championship rounds will be announced. We do know that will be held, and now I'm drawing a blank in my mind, but we'll figure it out, at Harvard Bowling. So at Harvard Lanes, that's where that's going to be. It's a wonderful place. Recently redone. And that's where we had the championships last year. So looking forward to that. We'll see some great bowling as we finish the ACST season at Harvard Lanes. Checking for messages. And the bowlers are almost done. I think everybody's done. Well, we started over on lane 6. They've already started, 5 and 6. So I guess we are underway and about to start on lane 7 and 8. So hopefully some people are watching live. If you're watching live, I'd love to hear your comments or your jokes or whatever you have to say. This is an interactive event. And we love to hear from bowling fans. And if you're new to Candlepin, it's a great game. More challenging than the big ball game. But this is what we do in New England and Eastern Canada. It's a small community, but a hardcore community. A lot of us know each other here. So we're just about ready to go.
No, what's one of your guys' names? What's one of your names? Sean?
Okay, ready to begin? I'm not sure what we're waiting on here. But we're going to be starting on the right with Nate Wheeler, on the left with Ari Leman. And I don't see the bowlers shifting over yet. Not here yet. But only the lanes 5 and 6. Oh, actually, they're finishing up. I'm sorry. So we're waiting on 5 and 6 to finish up. I see Sarah Wright over there. 10 on. There's a strike on lane 6. We'll be covering them next. Actually, they'll be moving to our side. We're hoping at some point to catch Caitlyn Finn on the mic. She said she'd talk to us. And I know she's compiling scores right now and waiting on these two. And that noise you heard was a double strike just thrown on lane 6. And I don't know the bowler, but we'll figure that out. Megan Harlo. She's going to be up next on. She's put up a double strike 5. We're going to watch Megan in our next round here as their team moves over. Yeah, we did. We caught that. Kevin, who's their middle bowler? I just have the team you're or the group that you're up against next. That's what I have. No, not Rob. No, I already know Rob. I'm talking the other side.
Dominic.
What?
Dominic?
Yeah.
Paladino. John Paladino.
Oh, it is. Okay, thank you. All right, so we're going to have Rob Paladino up, bowling in the middle. So the reason I'm a little confused, they haven't come up to bowl yet. And there's some scratch outs on my list that I was given for the 2 p.m. shift. Things change, this is dynamic. But we're about ready to get going here, and Nate Wheeler's getting set up on lane 8 to start game 5. And all right, and we have Ari Leman coming up from Lita Lane's shirt. And we're ready to begin game 5 of 10. And we are now underway. So Nathan Wheeler is ready to throw the first ball. And that's a good one. Drop 7. All right, Leman on your left. His first ball on the head pin. And he takes out 6 pins, leaves a diamond. Nate Wheeler on the spare attempt. Can't get it to carry, just gets the right hand side of that triangle. Ari Leman on a diamond, and he's got it. Starts with a spare. Spare in the first for Ari Leman. Nate Wheeler starts with a 9. See if I can pull some averages here. My sheet's not alphabetical. That'll call Ari Leman with a 95 average. And of course, again, Nate Wheeler with a 105 average. Wheeler drops 7. And Leman puts 9 on his fill, so that gives him 19 in the first box. Good start. And Wheeler takes out everything. Another spare for Ari Leman. 2 spares in a row. He missed it, but he got that wood to fly around, and that took out the pin. Beautifully done. Nate Wheeler with another 9 bucks. He's at 18 through 2. And box 3 coming up. Game 5. Nate Wheeler in lane 8. Nate solid on a head pin. Just punches out the 1-5. Nobody likes that. All right, Leman on a fill, catches a head pin, little light, 6 in the fill. 35 through 2, good start. He's got the 2, 7, 9, 8, and 10. Wood in front of that 2. See if he can make it work for him. The 10 goes, the 8 stays up. Okay, Wheeler saved a little bit there. He went through the hole on the second ball, but he ends up with a disappointing 4 box, it looks like. All right, Leman with a 10 box. So 45 through 3. And box 4 of game 5. Nate Wheeler starting out. Looking for his first mark. That was the 6 drop. 4 horsemen came in a 1-2. Or in the 2 side. Oh, Leman with a hit on the 4 pin. Took out only 2. On Wheeler trying to get that to go. And it does. That 4 horseman finally falls. Spare in the 4th for Nate Wheeler. All right, Leman now has 5 pins still standing after 2 balls. And he'll have to take a 7 on that. So 52 through 4 for Ari Leman. And Nate Wheeler starting box 5 on a fill. Finds the head pin and takes out 6. This time leaves a check mark. So that gives him 38 through 4. Leman, 2-2 split. 2-4, 6-10. Wheeler, nice shot. Picks up another spare. 2 in a row for Nate. No spare for Leman. Still has the 2-6-10 standing. And he'll have to settle for a 7 box and has a 59.5 to start game 5. Kevin Dietrich on your right. Dominic Paladino on your left. See, find averages again. They're in my list. If they're not, I'm not going to get them. Don't have averages on here. All right, Kevin Dietrich starting game 5. Little friendly banter up there while we get ready to go. Here comes Dietrich. First ball in game 5. Left side of the head pin. Takes out 8, leaves the 2-5. Paladino punches out a half Worcester left. Dietrich looking at a decent spare leave here. And he lets that ball get away from him. Paladino on the 3 pin, missed the head pin. All right, Dietrich hits a 9. Got a little trouble with his grip. And Paladino with an 8. Nothing wrong with that out of that. All right, Kevin Dietrich, he's in the pocket again. Again, a little full on the head pin, not much. And that's a 6-7-10 split. Paladino. He finds the head pin, gets a strike with the 2 and the 10 going last. Dietrich trying to carry that over, just gets a 6-10. And a 9 box for Kevin Dietrich. Wood too far out. Didn't go back and carry. Box 3, and Dietrich is at 18. Paladina at 18 plus a ball. On the 3 pin, Kevin only takes down 4. Dominic on the head pin. All right, he avoided the spread eagle and put 6 in the fill, so that gives him what, 24, I believe. He's got that 2, 4, 7, and 3. Goes to the 7, so it doesn't carry anything there. Actually, it's the second ball in the fill. He's on a strike, so he's at 25 through 2. And here, Dietrich settles for a 5 box. He's at 23 through 3. Paladino's at 34 through 3. Dietrich on a 2 pin. Drops 6. Another solid head pin hit by Paladino, and he's got a spread eagle minus. Dietrich just misses a head pin on that. So everything goes but the head pin for him. Paladino, another tough one. He's got wood on the left he might use. Let's see. He's one to the right. Takes out the right hand 3. And Dietrich with a 10, 33 through 4. Paladino with an 8 box. So that puts Dominic at 42 in the 4th box. 5th box, game 5. And Kevin on the 3 pin. Avoids a half Worcester, but takes out only 4. Paladino way off. He's on a 6 pin, takes out that right hand triangle. Kevin Dietrich trying to spare that. Great effort. Caught the inside of the hole, but still has the 4-8 to look at. Paladino. Dietrich with an 8 box. He finishes with a 41 half. I know his average is quite a bit higher than that. And Paladino with a 9 box, so he has a 51 half. All right, our third bowlers come up. Scott Perry on your right. And Megan Harlo. Megan carries a 99 average. And here we go, starting game 5 for our third bowlers on each side. Scott Perry's going to start us off. And Scott Perry on his first ball. Taking a few practice swings, and here he goes. Just out of the pocket, puts it on the 2 pin, and he drops 5. Megan Harlo, just 3. He's on the 4 pin. Perry looking at the 1, 2, 4, 8, and 10. Catches the head pin. Still 2 up. Megan off to the side. Scott shoots the ball at the 10 pin, but it doesn't hit. And Harlo with a 5 box. Scott Perry box 2. In the pocket. A little light on the head pin. But he takes out 5, and he's left with the 2, 4, 5, 7, 8, and wood in front of the 2 and 5. I think there's a second piece back there. I'm not sure. Harlo on the 2 pin. Takes out 3 pins. Now Perry, this could go if he catches that wood right. He's going for the pins, misses the object. Oh boy, Megan gets robbed. She just takes the 3 pin out. And there's a 10 by Scott. That would have carried it. Gets it on the 3rd ball. And Megan with a 5 box again, so only 10 through 2. All right, Scott Perry coming into box 3. 19 pins so far. Misses a head pin. Takes that left triangle, leaves a double line. Megan catches the head pin that time, takes out half, is left with a hay bale on the right. And Perry, just 2 more. Megan with a spare of the bale of hay that she was looking at. That was a nice shot. Got all 5 to go. And Scott Perry with a 7 box puts him at 26 through 3. Megan now at 20 in a ball. Chance to gain some ground here. Those 2 first boxes were really tough for her. Scott Perry underwater a little bit. Threw that at the 3-pin, left to Caleri. On the fill for Megan. And that is a 4 fill, so it puts her to 24 through 3. Perry trying to pick up the 1, 2, 4, 7, and 9 pin. Misses the head pin. Everything but the head pin goes. Megan misses left. 5 pins still standing. Perry's just looking at 1, just that head pin. First one you want to go, and it stayed up. So that's a 9 box for him, 35 through 4. And Megan with another 5 box. She's having a tough time up there. And she's at 29 through 4 boxes. All right, box 5. Both bowlers looking to make up some ground here. Scott Perry at 35 through 4. Megan Harlo at 29 through 4. Scott Perry, good head pin hit. Broke up the split, just has 1 left. Megan Harlo, she's on the head pin. And has the 6, 7, 10 split. Perry just needs to pick up this 1 pin. Wood's not going to be a factor, I don't think. But he goes at it, and it bounces the ball into the 10 pin for a spare. Megan got some motion to the left, but still has a 7 pin up, so no spare. And Megan with a 9 box. That pin won't count. I don't believe. Does it? Did it count? No, it did not. So Megan Harlo at 38 at the half, and Scott Perry at 45 plus 1 ball in the fill. And now we go back to our first bowlers. Nate Wheeler on your right, and Ari Leman on your left. Apparently his nickname is the Mullet Man. I don't know Ari, so that's what his shirt says. Nate Wheeler is on a fill. He's at 40 and a ball, I believe. So a light hit there. Just puts 5 in the fill, 4 in the fill. So 52 half for him. Ari with a solid head pin hit, 2 solid. Spread eagle -1. Wheeler finds the hole on the right. He's got to have a cleanup ball here on his 3rd.
We can only go up.
And Leman just picked up a couple off of that. And Nate Wheeler with a 5 box. 57 through 6. Through 7. 6 through 6. That was the 6th box. And Leman picks up the back 2. So with that 9 box, he's at 68. Nate Wheeler, first ball in the 7th. And again off the head pin, gives himself a Caleri left. 4 horsemen plus a 9 pin. Wood over by the 9, but that's probably not going to help. So here comes Ari Leman. On the head pin again, this time it better leave, a check mark. Wheeler gets everything but that head pin to go. Nice shot by Ari. Spare in the 7th. And a 10 in the 7th for Wheeler. So Wheeler's a 67 and Leman, I'll get you in a second. He's a 78 and a ball. And now we're coming into box 8. Excuse me. All right, Wheeler, box 8. He's a 67 and 7. Trying to get something going here. And just what you don't want, a punch out, half Worcester left, just a 2-8 down. Leman's on a fill. Some good action. He was way off the head pin on the 2-4, but puts 7 in a fill. That gives him 85. Wheeler, nice try. Leman with a 1-3-5 sideways triangle, and he gets it. Another spare for Leman. 95 and a ball. And just an 8 box for Wheeler. So he is now at 75 in the 8th box. All right, box 9 of game 5 for the first bowlers on each lane. And Nate Wheeler. First ball off the head pin, but he gets a break and leaves the 1-3-6 and the 9 pin. So make it a spare. On the fill for Leman, just 2. Just 2. That gives him a 97 in the 8th box. Oh, Wheeler couldn't find the head pin that time, so open in the 9th. Leman trying to spare the half Worcester leave, and he can't get it. He went to the left. All right, looking for a 10, Nate Wheeler. And he'll have to settle for an 8 for an 83 through 9. All right, Tate has a respectable 7 off of that. So that puts him at 104 in the 9th box. Needs a spare to hit 120. Wheeler needs a spare to hit 100 right now. And here we go. So off to the right a little bit. Got 5 to go. Leman throws it to the right. Okay, this is a makeable spare. He's got the 4 horsemen left plus the 3-5-8, and a ball in the 1-2 pocket usually takes it. Well, Wheeler put a good effort on that, but couldn't get that back pin to go. No fault of his own. He threw a good ball. Wheeler in that 1-2 pocket, and the 3-5 stay up. And that's a 10 box for Nate Wheeler, so he has himself a 93 game. All right, Leman with a 10 box. 114 is Ari Leman's final score in game 5. All right, Kevin Dietrich on your right. Dom Paladino on your left. And I guess that is what the chicken scratch says here. So Dietrich's at 51 at the 41 at the half. Paladino's at 51 at the half. Dietrich, he just left the 4 horsemen plus 7 plus 2 more. Trying for the spare. Good bid. Paladino's got that double line going the other way from what we saw last time. Puts it he puts it in the correct pocket, but 1 pin stayed up. Oh, you're good. 8 box for Dietrich. And a 9 box for Paladino. So Dietrich now is at 49 in the 6 box. Paladino at 66, I believe. may be off on that. We'll check. Kevin Dietrich to your right. Takes out just 4. And leaves himself a split. Paladino, first ball in a 7. And we see a spread eagle +1. Nice try by Dietrich. He leaves his 6 pin, but everything else went down. A beautiful shot. Couldn't carry 1 pin. Paladino, tough one here. And oh boy, he just gets that 10 pin. That's it. 10 box for Dietrich. 59. And I can't see Paladino's, but I see that he's a 67. Dietrich again off the head pin to the left. This time they're all together though, so it gives him a better shot. Paladino 67, and he leaves a clear. He left. 5 box, 5 so far for Dietrich. He sells 1 more ball, but no spare in the 8 for him. All right, Paladino went way to the left on that. That'll be a 9 box by Dietrich. 68 through 8. 67 through 8. All right, I'll spend another one there. And an 8 box for Paladino. And he's at 75 through 8. I can read those both clearly now. Scotty Douglas coming to visit. Dietrich just clipped off the 10 pin. He's got to throw a strike ball for a spare. He does, and he gets a spare. That was a beautiful shot by Dietrich. Dropping 9. Spare in the 9th for Kevin Dietrich. Don Paladino trying to match it, and he does. Picks up that 6-10 perfectly. All right, so Dietrich now is a 77 and 2 balls. Wants another mark. Puts it in the other pocket. They're still falling. So 8 in the first ball. He's got the 7-10 split. And the wood may be lining up to help him a little bit. Paladino on the fill only puts 3 in his. So he's at 88 through 9. All right, Dietrich taking a careful look at this. So he's got 3 or 4 pieces of wood down there, all slanted the right way. And it goes, but it doesn't take the 10. He's open. Paladino's open. Dietrich just does a 10 pin to shoot for a 10. He misses. 9 box for Kevin. And 9 box for Dominic. So they finish with a 94 for Dietrich and 97 for Paladino. They both bowled a little bit better than that, but a lot of splits there. All right, bowlers 3 come up to finish this out. Scott Perry on your right. Megan Harlo on your left. Scott Perry is at 45 and a ball. Megan at a 30, I believe 38 half. I have trouble reading it. All right, so on the fill for Perry. First ball. Oh, he let it get away from just put 1 in the fill. Well, we just saw Dietrich spare this. Maybe Perry can. First ball for Harlo is the 6 drop. Perry's just out of there, getting some action. He'll be open. Harlo shooting in a tough split. Nice try. And Perry closes with a 9 box. So he finished the half at 46. He's got 55 through 6. And that's a nice 10 by Megan Harlo. So that puts her at, still having trouble reading it, I think that says 48. Not sure. Scott Perry, first ball in box 7. It's closer to the head pin that time, but came in on the 3, and he's left with a cluster of 3 or 4. Plus 2 on the right, so it's got to get that head pin this time. We're waiting on a reset for Megan. Megan puts down 4 in her first ball. Now Scott Perry's got a tough split to make here. He's on the right spot, but it doesn't go for him. Megan Harlo goes to the other side of the head pin, and she leaves 2. Scott's going for it. A lot of bowlers will just take the 2, but he got an 8 out of it. Really only probably lost 1 pin that way. And 9 box for Megan. She's at 57 through 7. Scott's at 63 through 7. Just off the head pin again. This time 4 horsemen. Megan caught the 4-7 pocket and took out just 3. Scott Perry got to get this line in a row, but he yanks the ball a little bit and leaves the head pin. Okay, Megan now has the 4 horsemen standing, and Scott Perry shooting at 1. And goes wide to the right, so a 9 box for Scott, 72 through 8. Megan Perry trying to clean this up, and that's an 8 box. All right, box 9, Scott Perry, 73, 72, and he misses a head pin. He's got to get on that head pin. He's off of it, takes out 5. He leaves the 1, 3, 8, 9, 10. Megan, 65 through 8. She's under her average too. All right, she caught the 3 pin. Got a lot of action there, and she's only left for the 1-9. It's makeable. Oh, Scott, he misses. Megan trying to get that 1-9, and doesn't get anything. That's where Scott wanted to be on his second ball, but it doesn't all go, so it's an 8 box for him. And a 9 box for Megan. And now we're going into box 10. Scott Perry at 86, Megan Harlo at 74. So here we go. Scott needs a mark for 100, and it's going to be a tough one because he went on the 2 pin and just took out 4 pins. Megan. This 3, she took out the 2, 4, and 8. Scott trying to make this spare. Nice try, but 2 fall on the head pin, so he's open in the 10th. And Megan was on a 3 pin and still has the 1, 6, 10 up. So both bowlers looking to pin out as well as they can. Scott going to the right, gets just 1 for a 6 box. And Megan gets 2 for a 9 box. So that's the last of this game. Scott Perry with, well, Megan, I can read hers as an 83. And Scott's at 86, I believe. So, not the official score, but that's what it looks like to me. Scott, what you end up with? 86? Okay, yeah. I just had trouble reading it. All right, so we're done with Game 5 now. Just a bowler or 2 finishing up their strings, and then we'll be moving to the right. And then we get to see some old friends of ours, Sharon Britton, Lane Britton, and Sarah Wright will be coming up on lane 7. It's been a long time, but Lane Britton and I bowled each other at ACST. It's been a while, a few years ago. They're regulars at Riverwalk in Amesbury. Okay, intermission time. And those of you who are with me, thank you for sticking with me. I appreciate that. And I know a lot of the bowlers are when they watch the recording, are going to skip ahead to watch themselves, which is a very good thing to do. As I've talked about before, watching yourself bowl is not an act of vanity. It's an act of learning. You know, find out what you did right, find out what you did wrong. You can see a lot from these videos, and I think they're a really valuable tool in bowler development, or if you're going through a period of struggling, any of those things. And then there's a lot of people that have favorites, family members, whoever to watch. Please do. Oh, I can't see you guys. Hang on. Get back here. Hang on. Let me scroll down a little bit.
Still can't see me?
No, I'm over your heads, but I will come down. All right, now I see it. There you go. Scotty Douglas, Chris Winiar. Two top bowlers around here. Yeah, it's been kind of funny. People have been ducking, but I actually have the camera set up pretty high. So I'm going to go back up again the way I was. Move to the left a little. There we go. See, I can do that with my remote here. So, useful tool. Get a camera with a remote if you don't have one already. Unfortunately, I'm zoomed in about as far as I can go right now. I don't have any zoom in. I've got some zoom out available, see? You can see what's going on in the broader picture. But we're focusing on lanes 7 and 8. So I'm going to try to zoom back in on that. There we go. It's a little slow. I'm clicking the button furiously, and it's not zooming in again for me. So I've added some cameras to my repertoire. I am hoping next year, if I get time to work on it over the summer, to have a pin cam going at the same time as the bowlers. Maybe if we get really lucky, we'll have one looking at the bowlers. Probably not. And certainly I want to add a scoreboard to my feed. And I've got a couple people that have showed me a little bit about how to do that, but I'm really not that good at it. So you do your best. And it's fun but challenging to do these things. So again, we're about to start Game 6 on a 10-string tournament here for the Amateur Candlepin Bowling Tour, which has over the summer a series of events. This is a second event of the summer. First was doubles, and the bowlers accumulate points at each of these matches for their standings. It's a handicapped event, so makes it possible for bowlers of all skill levels to participate in this, because everybody is given a handicap onto their score based on what their average is, and that's what your actual score ends up being. So fun event. Today's a 10-stringer. There were 2 shifts. There was a morning shift. This is the afternoon shift. We are about to start Game 6. We're halfway through. And I am Dan Castle. I am here at Bayberry Bowling in Spencer, Massachusetts. 16 lanes of bowling, plus an arcade, plus pool tables, food, camaraderie, everything you can want. The bowlers seem to be quite happy with the lanes. And we are about to go underway with Ari Leman starting us off on one. And on your right and on your left is Sharon Britton. So I'm going to go back to the feed that I can see better. And there we go. So Ari started with a half Worcester. Sharon Britton started with a 4 horseman right. She's going for a spare 10 pin. Just a light hit on that head pin, but carries somehow the 10 pin too. Leman trying to get out of this, but he's got a 6 box to start. And Sharon Britton gets a 10 out of that. So box 1, Game 6. Sharon Britton with 10. Ari Leman with a 5 box. and just clips off the 10, the 7. Britain with a 7 drop. She leaves the 6, 9, 10 triangle. And Ari goes to the other corner. So now he's got the 7 and the 10 down, but he's got everything in the middle standing. Britain on a spare attempt. She goes wide, just takes out the 10 herself. Ari Leman trying to get out of this, and he ends up with a 5 box again. Something on the approach. 9 box for Sharon Britton. $19 for Sharon Britton. Just 10 for Ari Reedman. All right, box 3. Here we go. Ari Reedman on your right. That's a better ball. First, took out the 8, leaves the 5-7. Sharon over to the left. She leaves a 4 horseman plus a 7 pin. All right, nice shot by Ari Reedman. Picks up the 5-7 with the wood. Nicely done. Sharon goes through the hole. Now needs something for a good finish. Trying to pin out of this. 4 horsemen right plus a 7. And she finds the hole again. So just a 5 bucks. That puts her at 24 through 3. All right, Leman trying to pick up from those first 2 boxes. He's on the fill. And that puts him at 22 through 3. All right, waiting on the reset for Sharon. And here's her first ball on the next box. Finds the pocket, a light hit. So she still has 6 pins up. Hay bale on the right plus a 7. Reedman trying to spare the half Worcester. Sharon's got some good wood here that may help her. She's on it. There they go. Is the 6 going to fall? No, the 6 stays up. So no spare despite the great effort. Ari has a 7 box, 29 through 4. He's in a little trouble here. 6 games in, and the bowlers still have 4 after this. All right, box 5, first 3 bowlers, first 2 bowlers. Ari Reedman with 29 after 4. Sharon Britton with 33 after 4. Sharon finds a head pin. Ari's looking at the 1-3-10 makeable spare. Can't carry the 10. Sharon's got the 2 and the 8. Just the 8. Tough lead. $9 for Ari and a $10 for Sharon, so they're halfway through. And Ari Leman has a 38 half. Sharon Britton with a 41 half. Now we get to see Lane Britton on your left and Dominic Paladino on your right. And they're about to start. Doing some ball switching here. Somebody took the wrong balls. That's happened to me before. So a couple of bowlers who have the same balls I have. I went and got my initials engraved in them, but after not too long of bowling, you can't hardly see them, so it doesn't do me any good. Dominic Paladino starting us out in game 6. And here we go. Just off the head pin. Takes out 6, leaves a 4 horseman. Lane Britton, solid head pin hit, but a little too solid. Leaves the 2-4, 6-10 split, 2 and 2. Paladino trying to get the 4 horsemen. Everything but the head pin. Now Britton's got wood behind that 2 pin that might help carry this. Let's see. He can hit that 2-4 pocket. He's on the wood, just the wood. All right, no good there. 10 box for Paladino. And Lane will settle for an 8 box to start. Box 2, game 6. Dom Paladino starting us out. Buried it on a head pin, but gets a punch out and a spread eagle minus the 7 pin. Lane was off to the left. Paladino trying to carry that off the wall, hoping in hopes that it'll carry more, but only got the 2 pin. All right, Lane chipped off one more on the left. Paladino trying to clean up this mess, and he's got an 8 box. And so Dom Paladino at 18 through 2, Lane Britton at 14 through 2. Here's Paladino again. All right. Gets 7, but that's kind of a tough lead. That's a 7, 8, 10. Lane Britton to the right. Still got some action. A head pin fell late. It looks like it's well positioned though. He's got the 2, 4, 5, 7, and 8, and I don't know if that wood's covering the 2, but it's pretty close. I think he's got to try it. Paladino gets the 7 and 8 to go, but not the 10. Here's Britton. He uses the wood, and it doesn't cover the 8 pin. So good effort on both parts. 9 box for Paladino, and a 10 box for Lane Britton. Gets that to come off the wall nicely. So Paladino at 27. Lane Britton at 24 through 3 boxes. First 3 boxes of game 6. Paladino is on the 3 pin and leaves a 4 horseman again on the other side this time. Well, Lane found the head pin, but just a light hit, so he's looking at the 2, 4, 5, 8 diamond. Paladino, nice try, misses a head pin. Be open in the 4th. Britton on the diamond to the left. 2 pins stay up. So both open again. No marks so far. All right, 9 box for Paladino again. And an 8 box for Britton again. So Britton's at 32 through 4. Paladino at 36 through 4. He's doing our 9th tables for us. 9 every box. So if you didn't learn your 9s tables before, take a look at Dom Paladino's score and you'll learn. All right, waiting on a reset on lane 7. And here we go, box 5 of game 6. And Dom Paladino buries it in the left pocket, and that's a strike. Right on, he wanted that. Britton trying to match. Only a tad full on a head pin. And 3, 4, 6, 8, 10. Split. So, see if he can make these pins dance. No. He played some music, but the pins didn't dance for him. Maybe they will on the 3rd ball. You get something going here. And he's through the hole again, so a disappointing 5 box, and that gives Lane Britton a 37.5. Dom Paladino is at 46 and a 2-ball fill. Megan Harlo coming up on your right, and Sarah Wright. Sarah's an excellent bowler with a 101 average. And of course, we know Megan has a 99 average. Pretty evenly matched here. Megan on the 2-pin takes out 3. And Sarah puts it on the head pin. There's a 3-2 split. Megan trying to spare this. Goes too far to the right. No, I don't work here. Yeah, just a broadcaster. All right, both bowlers appear to be open at the moment. And Megan starts with an 8-box, Sarah with a 9. Box 2, game 6. Here comes Megan. Ball breaks to the right. She was headed to the pocket, but got a little bit of a rightward drift on it. So 1, 2, 4, and 9 are left. Just a little mini split there. Sarah in the pocket, drops 9, leaves the kingpin. Took down the walls, and the king is still standing. Now he's vulnerable. Let's see if she can pick this up. There's wood at a bad angle in front of it. We'll see what happens. Gets the wood. Wood deflects the ball. No spare for Sarah. Nice try. She's all over it. And that's a nice 10-box for Megan. 18 through 2. And Sarah's on it all that time. She was on it twice, but the first time the wood took the ball away from it. So she made it 10, made some lemonade out of that lemon. So Sarah's at 19 through 2. Megan Harlo at 18 through 2. Here we go into box 3. And that's, it looks like a 4 drop. 4 horsemen, and I think the 5 and 8 are still back there. All right, Sarah threw a great ball in that second box. It got robbed of a spare. So she was planning on this being a fill ball, but it didn't work out that way. It's a light hit on a head pin slightly to the right. And just 4 go down, it looks like. Yep. All right, Megan looking at 4 horsemen plus 2. She get that ball to drift right. Didn't drift enough. Everything but the head pin. Sarah. Nice ball. On it again. But it didn't go for her. So she still has 2 standing, the 5 and 10. And Megan, you hear that little clunk, that's a single pin falling. See if Sarah can pick this up. Yeah, she gets the middle pin, but not the right pin, so she'll have to settle for a 9-box. Throwing a pretty good ball here. It'll come. It will come for her. She's at 28 through 3. Megan's on a head pin that time. She's at 28 through 3 too. And got herself a 3-2 split. Sarah buries it on the head pin, and her reward is a banana split. 4, 6, 7, 10. Now there's wood over there by that 4 pin. I think that could help, but it's not a gimme. It's got to hit it just right. She gets it, played it beautifully. That was a great shot by Sarah Wright. Spare in the 4th. She deserved a couple of more, but she got that one for sure. And that's a 10-box for Megan. So Megan Harlo now is at 38 in the 4th. As is Sarah Wright, but Sarah's on a fill for this ball, coming into the 5th box of game 6. Beautiful shot by Sarah. That's one for the highlight reel. Megan Harlo, first ball in box 5. Just misses a head pin. 4 horsemen plus 5. On the fill. Sarah Wright throws a great ball, puts 7 on the fill. Leaves the 5, 7, 8. Wood in front of them. Another spare opportunity. Hopefully the wood works for her. All right, Megan Harlo trying to spare this 4 horseman +2. Everything but the head pin again. Ball goes slightly left. Here comes Sarah on the fill. On a spare attempt, I'm sorry. But it didn't go, the wood didn't work that time for her. The 7 pins stayed up somehow. And Megan with a 10, 48 half. Sarah gets a 10 too, also, and that's a 55 half for Sarah. She deserved way more than that. She threw a really good ball. All right, we're back to our lead-off bowlers in this string. Ari Leman on the right, Sharon Britton on the left. Ari had a tough first half, 38, 45 for Sharon. And Ari starts off with a solid head pin hit and takes out 8 pins, leaves a 6-10. Sharon is off to the right. She leaves a Caleri, 1, 2, 4, 7, and 9. Wouldn't may help. On the spare attempt, Ari picks off the 6 pin. That's all. Sharon, nice try. 7 and 9 stay up. And Ari puts it in the gutter. That ball will not count. That's a 9 box. Sharon Britton with a 9 box. That should have been a 10, but that 9 pin did not want to fall. Well, it's going to fall now. The sweeper's taking it out. Ari Liebman puts him at 46. All right, they're marking it as 47. That's right, he had a 9 box. First ball in box 7. And here we go. Over to the left. Sharon Britton just missed the head pin. Half Worcester right. All right, Ari missed everything. Still has that Caleri up there. Sharon trying to spare the half Worcester, but went too far to the left. So now she has what we call a full Worcester. Minus a 5. And Ari takes an 8 box. Sharon, see what she does. Goes to the left. She gets it. She gets the 1, 4, 6, 7, 10 split. Deflected the ball off the head pin. Gets the whole thing to go. That is a well-deserved 10 box. And she is now at 67 through 7. Ari Riedman again to the right. We get some side-to-side action. Sharon Britton. Nice 8 drop. Leaves the 2 for 5. All right, Ari's got a bunch, but he goes wide. See if she can get this. She gets a spare. Spare on the 2-5 for Sharon Britton. Some excellent bowling here by her. All right, and Ari Riedman trying to pull out of this with a 10. Tough game for him. And he gets the 10. So now he is a 65 at the 8th box. He really won some marks here. Sharon Britton on a fill. Picking off that 2-5 for a spare. With no wood. Ari Riedman off to the left, just gets 3. On the fill for Sharon Britton. Hits a head pin, takes out 6. 70, I believe that's 73, 78. 78. That's what I'm reading. Yeah, 78 through 8. No spare for either bowler. And a 10 box for Ari Riedman. He's a 75 in the 9th box. Sharon Britton gets a 9. She's at 87 in the 9th box. So Ari started off tough here. He's pinning well, but those 2 5 boxes at the beginning did not help his cause at all. All right, 10th box. Oh man, that should have been a strike for him. Sharon Britton in the left pocket as a diamond +1. And Ari Reedman misses the spare. Britton was on it, right where she wanted to be, but the 5-7 didn't fall. So both bowlers opened in 10. And with that 10 box, Ari Reedman with an 85 game. Not where he wanted to be. And Sharon Britton gets a 9, and she closes out with a 96. So our second bowlers have completed game 6. We're now starting the third bowlers of this round. Lane Britton on your right. Well, they'll be the second bowlers. I'm sorry. Second bowlers. So Lane Britton will be on your right, and Dominic Paladino on your left. Lane is on a mark. What's he doing?
I was heading over to get a water.
Yeah. How you bowling?
Haven't hit my average yet. And I just do 288.
I'm not hitting my numbers either.
What do you think? People watching?
Oh yeah, we get people watching. Not a lot at one time. The recordings always do a lot.
My sister was out. I said, if you want to watch the bowl, I'm on the chat right now. And then she texted me.
So if we have like a big match, like a finals or something like that, or more like a semifinals, I might get 30 or 40 tops. Sometimes 5 or 10. But on the recording, we'll get 5,000 or 6,000.
She did 8. So when I moved to 9, she got home. She says, "Oh, I saw you bowl." She goes, "Nice spare." I went, "Too bad I didn't put nothing with it."
I saved some of my recordings, so I'll show you one in a second here. No, I wish I could bowl with you guys. I really do. So I still have some good ones, yeah. Here's a good recording. Micah Imperata made this, and sorry. Still injured. So that's one of my favorite recordings. When I can still bowl. How do you like that ball? How do you like that lead?
That's great. I already have one of them today, to be honest with you.
5-6, no more.
Yeah. And you made it, I hope.
My girlfriend said, "You look like you're really upset." And I said, "Yeah, I threw a good ball. I deserve better than that."
That's crap, yeah. Did you make it? I hope.
Well, you get to watch here. I had to think about it for a second first.
See, now that shot wouldn't bother me.
Yeah, I like that one. So
See, I go left. If I was making that shot, I'd try to kick it the other way.
I was just going for the 5.
Yeah.
Figure something could happen. It just worked perfectly.
Those shots don't scare me because I know the odds are slim and none.
Yeah.
So I go.
No, I think I needed it too. That was the thing. All right. You want to call some play-by-play?
Oh.
We're just having a chat here with Mike Marr, and we'll get back to the action here. Dom Paladino is a 75 through 7, and Lane Britton on your left, drop 9. His first ball. Dom with a line of 3 in a row, spare leave if he can catch it. And he does. Spare in the 8 for Dom Paladino. Lane Britton trying to match it. Off the wood, but does not carry that single pin. So, trying for a 10. He gets the 10. Always easier on the third ball. Get it sighted in on that second. All right, coming into box 9 of game 6 here. And waiting on a little slow reset there, but it's coming up. And Dom Paladino is on a fill. Solid hit, but it's off the head pin. 5 into fill. It's a 90 through 8. And he's got a Cleary to shoot at. Lane Britton found the head pin, but is left with a 3, 6, 7, 10. A nice bid by Dom Paladino, but he couldn't carry the 7 pin. And Lane just gets the 7 pin. And that's a 10 box for Paladino. Shall I read this right? All right, that was 88 through 8. And now he's in 98 through 8. And I just had trouble reading the scoreboard, gang. That's all. And Lane Britton is a 71 in the 8th box. Dom Paladino on the final box of game 6. And he threw a solid ball there. But the 5 pin stayed up somehow. Lane Britton.
Too much in your mind.
Nice head pin hit, but 3-2 split. Paladino, a single pin spare attempt in the face. Spare in the 10th for Paladino, 108 in the ball. Lane Britton got the right side to go, but couldn't get anything over to the 7, so he's open in the 10th. He's at 80 right now. Best thing to do is an 81. Tough string for Lane. He's a much better bowler than that. And that's an 80 string for Lane Britton. I'm sorry?
You want anything with the computers?
No, I don't know. I don't work here, so it's okay.
You want anything shoot?
Yeah, he does. Yeah, I'm just found this is a convenient spot to do the broadcast from.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Good ball.
Good job, by the way.
What's that?
Good job, by the way.
Well, thank you. Thank you. All right, Dom Paladino put up a 116 with that fill. With that 8 fill. And here come our third bowlers finishing out the final half of this string. Megan Harlo on your right, Sarah Wright on your left. So right now, Wright is on the left. And Megan is at, I want to say 48. And Sarah's at 55. And Megan threw a pretty good ball there, left just a 7 pin. 5 was last to fall. Sarah's got a split there. Head pin hit, leaves a 4, 5, 7, 10. And Megan got it to go. Took a minute. Sarah's using the wood. And just the wood went out into the pit. So she still has 4 pins up. Wants to get out of this with something. Be happy with an 8 or 9 probably. She took the safety shot trying to pick up that left 2 and went wide to the right. So just a 6 box for Sarah, 61 through 6. All right, Megan Harlo on a fill in the pocket and everything but the 9 pin, so a nice 9 fill for her. And she's a 67 through 6. Sarah went wide to the left. There's a whole cluster of pins up there. Now Megan's thinking about this. That wood's a little tricky. Does she want to try to hook it around it or hit it low? She's going to try to go around it and just misses a pin. I think that was the right call too. All right, Sarah picks up everything but the head pin and the 10. Megan's going to use the wood this time, and that didn't work either. So that was a dream that was hard to realize. A 10 box for Sarah, 71 through 7. Just 1 over par. All right, 6 drop for Megan. 4 horseman right is her leave. And Sarah Wright, first ball in the left pocket. But just a little light, and so that leaves her a little messy split down there. So Megan making a bid on that. Leaves the 10 pin. Hit it well. And Sarah on her spare attempt here. Could not get the 3-7 to go. And for a 10, Megan is left with a 9. And Sarah trying to use the wood to carry the 3 over to the 7, but only the wood went. And we're in our 9th box. Sarah right at 79, and Megan Harlo at 85. And that's a slow motion strike for Megan Harlo in the 9th box. Looked like it was going to be an 8, but the pins finally fell for a strike. Sarah trying to play the outside, catches a head pin, a couple went down. She is left with a 2-5-8 for a 10 box, and there's wood in the middle of that mix. And just an 8 box, so Sarah now is at 87, I believe. Yeah, she was a 79. That's an 87. All right, on the fill, 2-ball fill, Megan is a 75 and 2. And her first ball goes wide to the left, but she took down 6. Sarah, almost a half blister. Hey, Ray. Doing all right.
Standing all day.
No, back and forth. Spare on strike for Megan Harlo. Sarah Wright on her spare attempt did not go. She'll be open in 10. Some really good clutch bowling here by Sarah Harlo. And Sarah Wright will end up with a 9 box, and that's a 96 string for her. Megan on the fill, I'm sorry. Just a punch out, half blister. But a 117 string for Megan Harlo. A really good comeback from her first box, which was just a 5. So we have completed the 6th game, and now we go into our little break. Getting ready for game 7. All the bowlers will shift to the right. And our next group will be the people who started on lane 1. And that's Caitlyn Zoko, Allie Atwell, and Kevin Caples, or Caples. I don't know Kevin, I'm sorry. Sorry if I butcher your name, I do my best. And people moving to the right for game 7. 4 games to go. So I see I have people watching. Please drop a comment. Let me know you're there. Like to hear from y'all. And so, just as like a station ID, so to speak, we are at Bayberry Bowling in Spencer, Massachusetts for the Amateur Candlepin Bowling Tour 10-string event. We are covering the 2nd shift that started at 2 p.m. And I am Dan Castle, and I am your host and announcer today, running solo. So we will eventually probably put this up on Candlepin Bowling Network, but for now, the live stream is running on Candlepin Chat on the Amateur Candlepin Bowling Tour page and on my homepage for my friends to watch who are out of the area. All right, we're back to action, and we just saw Sharon Britton drop 9 and leave the 5 pin. And thought it was going to be Caitlyn Zoko starting, but it's somebody else here. I'm not sure who. I can't see. But we start with a spare for Sharon, and a bowler in lane 7 will be identified shortly. That's probably Kevin. They may have switched the order. Sharon Britton with a strike on spare. 20 in the first box, 30 on 2 balls in the second. She's on fire. And I believe that's Kevin who put it in the pocket. They switch your order. Drops 7 in his first ball. 5-7-10 lead. Just a 5-pin. And he's got a 7-10 split to look at. Here we go. Doesn't get anything to go, so that'll be an 8-box. Sharon Britton is on a strike. First fill ball. She's just off the head pin, so just 4 to start. And we see Kevin. Half Worcester dropped a couple more. Sharon on her second fill ball. And she makes an 8 fill on that strike. So she is now at 38 through 2. Still has 2 pins to finish out her third box. Gets a 9, almost deflects to the 8-pin. Does a nice job on that. So with that 9-box, she's at 47 through 3. And I believe I'm right, that's Kevin, 33 through 3 himself. Spare in the first. Sharon Britton on the head pin nicely. 2 full. 2, 4, 7, 9, 10. And here on 7 we have, looks like a 3 drop from here. Might be off. Sharon's on it. How'd that 4-pin stay up? It did. No spare in the fourth for Sharon Britton. And that's a 10-box. She's at 57 and 4. And Kevin with a 9-box. For 42 in the fourth box. Ed Sargent, hello. Fred Minsker, hello. Good to see you guys. Thanks for joining us, Fred. I hope you enjoy this. This is a marathon day for us here. We're covering 10 strings. This is string 7 of the Amateur Candlepin Bowling Tour in their 10-string event. The bowlers all have to bowl 10 games, which takes a lot of stamina, frankly. We just watched Sharon Britton make an attempt on a spare. And Kevin's open too. And a 9-box for Sharon Britton. And that is a very respectable 66 half for her. And a 9-box on the other side. And Kevin is at 50, even. That was an 8-box apparently. Yep, 7-10 I believe. All right, we're out of order a little bit here on the left on lane 7. So we have Allie Atwell coming up to bowl with Lane Britton on the right, and Lane Britton just dropped 6. Allie Atwell with 3 down. So Lane can't see around him right now. He has the 1-3-4-7 split. He's on it. No, gets the spare. He actually missed the object pin. I thought he was on it, but the ball broke. Regardless, that ball went, so that's a spare for him in the first box of game 7. Allie Atwell, first spare attempt. And she gets everything but a 5-pin for a 9-box, actually. Lane Britton, first ball in the second on the fill. 7-8. 8 in the fill leaves the 2 and the 4. Allie Atwell. 3 down this first ball. Britton's got another spare leave here. 2-4. No wood to help. And he picks it up. And there's Caitlyn Zolko. She's probably bowling third now. She was supposed to be the first bowler. All right. And on the third ball, Allie Atwell with a 7-box, and she's a 16 through 2. Lane Britton, 2 spares in a row. He's on the fill at 26 in a ball. And his first ball, he drops a strike on spare. So that's a 20-box in the third. Allie Atwell with a nice ball on the head pin. Takes out 6. But she has the 3, 6, 9, 10. All together, it's makeable spare. Gotta get on that 3 pin. She gets everything but the 3. And Lane Britton putting on a show here for us. He's at 48 and 2-ball fill in the 3rd box. Allie Atwell with a 9 box at 25 through 3. All right, Lane Britton, first 2-ball fills. He's in that pocket again, almost a double. Takes out 8, leaves at 5-7. Allie Atwell's on the head pin. She takes out 8, but hers is a better lead. 6-10 with wood in front of it. Oh, Lane threw that 5 pin to the 7, doesn't get the 7 to go. Allie Atwell with a spare. So with that 9 fill, Lane Britton is at 57 through 3, and that's a 9 box, so he's at 66 through 4. So first open box, but 3 marks in a row, all well filled. Great job, Lane Britton. It's the kind of stuff he did to me when I bowled against him. All right, Lane Britton, box 5. On the head pin again, little full. Allie Atwell's puts 4 in her fill, so that gives her 39 through 4. Lane Britton has a diamond plus a 7. This can go. You got to kick something to the 7. He's in there. Looks good. Could not carry the 7, but got that diamond. That's the hard part. Allie Atwell still has 3 pins up. Lane Britton finishing the half. And no good, he says. Caught the piece of wood in the gutter. And so Lane Britton, a 75 half. Allie Atwell, a 47 half. So the Brittons putting on a show for us here. With Sharon Britton at 16-6 and Lane Britton at 75. I got you. I got both of you. Little family competition here. Lane's not going to let Sharon get ahead of him. That's what I'm here for, Lane. Well, you gave us some excitement. I don't do well though. Just joking around there. Each of us has our own styles, so I try not to steal any of the other guys' stuff. All right, we are about to see Sarah Wright on your right, outstanding bowler, and on your left, Caitlyn Zolko. Covered her recently in the doubles event. Watched her bowl against my team that I can't bowl on in the summer. So Sarah starts out with a half Worcester. Got another one to go. And Caitlyn, 2-2. All right, both open. Sarah's got the 1-4, 7-9, and just picks up the 7, starts with the 7. And Caitlyn matches it with the 7. 7-7. Something I know from my college days. All right, Sarah Wright, box 2. Nice ball. Little full. She gets 6 to go. Oh, Caitlyn Zolko with a strike. Big strike for her in the second box. 10 pin last to go. Sarah Wright looking at that 3-1. She's got favorable wood, and she picks up the spare like it was nothing. Sarah Wright with a spare in the second. All right, Great bowling here we're seeing on these lanes right now. These guys are in their 7th game, by the way. They've already bowled 6. That's more than a typical league night or ACST match. Sarah Wright puts it in her right side pocket and takes out 6. Zoko generating a lot of enthusiasm here, almost gets a double. So with that 6, Wright is at 23 through 2. Second ball in the fill for Zoko. Oh, she just misses a spare. So that's a 9 fill and a strike. She's at 26 through 2. Sarah Wright with a 9 box is at 32 through 3. And that 9 box gives Caitlyn a 35 through 3. So some really top bowling here we're watching on these 2 lanes. Sarah Wright coming in for box 4. Just off the head pin. Leaves a 1-3-6-7.
He's over here. He got lane 16.
Caitlyn dropped 8 with that head pin hit. Sarah Wright trying to spare that again. Oh, she does it without the wood. Spare in the 4th for Sarah Wright. Just beautiful done. 2 in a row. 2 in a row, I'm sorry. Let's pick that up for 10 here. And Zoko matches with a spare of her own, taking out the 5-7, taking advantage of that favorable wood. Great shot, both bowlers. All right, so that puts Sarah at 42 in a ball, Caitlyn at 45 in a ball. Well-matched bowlers here. Sarah on a fill. She's on the head pins, right in the left pocket. 7 in the fill, 40. I don't know. 49, I believe, through 2. She has a 5, 9, 10. Caitlyn on a fill. That's a 7 fill for her, so she's at 52. Oh, she gets the ball, the pin off the left side, goes to the 10, but not enough energy to take it out. Caitlyn just spins the wood around in the middle, so both bowlers open in the 5th. Both putting up good halves. And a 10 box for Sarah Wright, 7 box for Caitlyn Zoko, and halfway through this, Sarah Wright at 59, I think, and definitely 59. Can you see Sarah's score up there? All right, Caitlyn's definitely at 59. So, coming up to the first bowlers. Sharon Britton on your right with a 66 first half. Kevin Caples on your left. He's at 50. Sharon Britton on the head pin leaves a triangle plus a 10. Kevin goes wide to the right, takes out 3. Tough lead for Sharon, but I think she's got a shot. She's going to play the wood. Oh, gets the right side to go, but not the 8. Caples can't see what's going on down there. All right, he's on the head pin, leaves 2. Nice try. And Britton with a 10 box, 76 through 6 for her. Kevin Caples puts up a 10 box. That gives him 68 through 6. Sharon Britton with another strike. And we're waiting on a reset on 7. Sharon Britton making mincemeat of those pins down there. All right, there's a reset on 7. That's what we're waiting for Kevin Caples. Again, Kevin, if I mispronounce your name when you listen to this, my apologies. And he is on the 2-pin and takes out everything but the 1-3-6. So 3 in a row, makeable spare. You got to be in that 1-2-3 pocket. Just misses a head pin, but gets some wood to come back and take it out from behind. So a spare in the 7th for Kevin Caples. Take them as you get them. Mike Nardone, I missed your comment, so I just see that it's in there. I don't know what it is. It better be good. All right, Sharon Britton puts up 5 on her first ball and makes an 8 fill, actually 4 in the first ball. Caples fills with a 5. So Sharon Britton at 92 through 7. Kevin Caples is 75. And Sharon has a 7 bucks for a 102 in the 9th, and Capel is at 81 in the 8th. I'm sorry, not the 9th. Sharon Britton on a head pin again, threatening a strike, but leaves the 6-9. And a 6 drop for Kevin. And Sharon Britton with another mark. Kevin Capel on the diamond there. He leaves 2. But he finishes with a 9 box. So Kevin Capel at 90 through 9. Sharon Britton, she's at 112 and a ball in the 9th box. And she puts 7, is it going to be 8? 7 on the fill. It's an 8 now. So that gives her a 120 in the 9th box. Putting down the challenge to Lane. Capel on the 2-pin. No spare in the 10th for Sharon. And looking for a 10 for a 130. And it'll be a 129. Kevin Capel with, man, my eyes are bad, 95 for his 7th string. All right, second bowler's climbing up. Lane Britton, who put up that 75 half, starts with a head pin hit, and he's left 2, just the 6 and the 5. Allie Atwell with a 6 drop. Britton gets a spare in the 6th, or 85 plus a ball. And Allie Atwell with a 9 box. So she is at 56 through 6. Lane Britton putting on a show here. He's at 85 plus a ball in the 6th box. And that fill ball is on the head pin. Gets 8 on it, 93 at the 6th box. Allie Atwell on the 2-pin takes out 3. Lane Britton with a 610 for another spare. All over it, no doubt about that one. He's at 103 plus a ball in his 7th. Allie Atwell does not get a spare now. She sells the 5 into 7 up. But she gets a 10. There's a 10 for a 65 through 7. Lane Britton said he was putting on a show for the camera, and he sure is. Lane Britton on the fill, and he has to settle for a 6 fill that time, and that puts him at 1. I can't read it. This is 109, I believe. Is there a 5? It's 5 fill. 108. 108 through 7. 3 more boxes to go. He has a 4 horseman plus a 9. Allie Atwell with her ball. On a head pin, but solid. 3 and 1. Lane Britton for another spare attempt. And just misses 2 pins, so he's open in the 8th. Allie Atwell stalls 2 up, and Lane Britton with a 9 box for a 112, 117 through 8. And Allie Atwell with that 10 box, 9 box, it's up to 75. Lane Britton off to the right. Allie Atwell just misses a head pin, leaves a 4 horseman plus 1. Now the 1 goes out, so just a 4 horseman. Lane Britton looking at that double line again. Just went around the head pin, left the 1-8. All right, nice try by Allie, but does not get the spare to go. And Lane Britton for a 10, shooting at the 1-8. And throws it there, but doesn't go, so a 9 box. And Lane Britton is at 126 in the 9th box. Allie Atwell puts up a 10. She's at 85 through 9. And here we come into the 10th box. Some clapping down there for a big string. Lane Britton needs a spare to hit 140. That's possible. And he's on that head pin. The wood settled down reasonably nice. I'm not sure it's as far behind the 3 as you really want, but it gives him an opening here. Spread eagle for Allie Atwell. Lane going on it. Does not carry it over. He'll be open in the 10th. He's in the 130s. Allie Atwell trying to spare the spread eagle. And now Lane's got 2 pins up there, the 3 and the 7. See if he can get something. He's got an 8 box, so a 134 game. And absolutely. Family rivalries. Sharon says Lane had to beat her. So the Britons put up a 129 and a 134. Beautifully done. Big games. Sharon Wright on your right. Caitlyn Zoko on your left. Sarah is at 58. Caitlyn is at 59, I believe. So Sarah Wright, first ball on the head pins, leaves a 7-10 split. Wood in front of the 7. And Caitlyn off the head pin. Great late action. Got a pin in there, playing helicopter for us. And she drops 6, leaves a 1, 2, 3, 10. Sarah trying to spare the 7-10. There's a 7 and almost a 10. Kicked it off the wall, went behind the 10, but it's about as good of an attempt as you can make. No spare for Caitlyn. Hey, that was great bowling, both of you. Thank you. 9 box for Sarah Wright. Thank you. That helps. 9 box for Caitlyn. So Sarah is at 60. This doesn't seem right to me, but it says she's at 63. Okay. In the 6th. And that's a Caleri left for Sarah. Caitlyn punched through. There's a half Worcester on the right. Just a 3-9 gone. Sarah on a spare attempt and going wide. Got one to go down. Caitlyn a little full on the head pin. What's that? Oh, beautiful. The Britons are putting on a good show here. 129 and 134. So Sarah, another $9. She's at 77 through 7. Caitlyn is also a 77 through 7. Sarah Wright in the pocket. Oh, that looked good. 5, 9, 10 didn't go, but she has some wood that might help. Caitlyn Zoko drops 8, leaves the 7 and the 9. Sarah on a spare. Oh my goodness. She caught the wood between the 5 and the 9 and just deadened the ball completely. So nothing to go in there. Caitlyn trying to spare that split, and the left side doesn't go. And an $8 for Sarah Wright. $9 for Caitlyn Zoko. Oh no, you're good. Surret is at 85 and 86 for Caitlyn. Surret in the pocket. 5 pin doesn't go. Commonly happens. Alright, nice 6 drop for Caitlyn. Still has the 1, 6, 7, 10. Now, Sarah's got to be careful here. That wood's way out. Driving in. And she does, no problem. Sparing the night for Sarah Wright. Caitlyn, beautiful attempt. Leaves the 6 pin. Sent wood flying, but it didn't take out the 6. And that's a $10 for Caitlyn Zoko. She is at 96. $1 to go. Sarah Wright is on a fill at 95 and a ball. And she's going to rethink that approach. Do it again. Didn't like something. Down on a fill, nice ball. 9 in the fill, should have been a strike. So she's at 104 through 9. Caitlyn drops 5. Spread eagle minus a 2 pin. Sarah just looking at a single pin for a spare. Nothing to help her. She's just missed it by just a hair. All right, Caitlyn just gets a 6 pin, so she's open. Great effort by Sarah here. She almost got that. There's his 114 for Sarah Wright. $7. 103. For Caitlyn Zoko. And I'm going to move around a little bit while we're on our intermission. The management here at Bayberry is very gracious to let me sit behind the counter while we do this. Keeps me out of the way of the bowlers, but I'm definitely in their way, and I appreciate their patience.
Sorry, honey.
You know, I'm in your way, so.
We're just walking back.
That's it. So we're on a break between the 7th and 8th rounds. Some of the bowlers are still finishing up. And we are watching the Amateur Candlepin Bowling Tour. This is the 10-string event. We're watching the second round of bowlers that started at 2 o'clock. There was a round that started at 9. And this is Dan Castle from Bayberry Bowling in Spencer, Massachusetts. So great place to bowl. Very friendly people. Come on by.
I don't think so.
Smell of pizza in the air here. Scotty Douglas coming up to say hello.
How you doing, Dan?
Not too bad. We have a live mic.
Yeah.
You're on, but we're in the intermission. How you bowling?
Yeah, I'm doing all right. I just finished with a 131, so we'll take that after an 86.
Made up a lot of that ground.
Yeah, it's a tough house, but you just gotta keep doing what you gotta do. Keep pushing.
It's a great place. What do you think?
Oh, I love it. It has everything. It has arcades, got pool tables, got a nice little bar and candy and stuff. So
Yeah, not bad at all. They keep smelling pizza all the time back here.
starving, aren't you?
I'm getting there.
Yeah. Me too. Me too.
Getting there.
It looks good too. Their pizza looks really good.
Yeah, they do that, and they run this place well. They're very friendly. Let me set up back here,
Yeah. Well, keep doing what you're doing.
and you got good action on the pins. Pins look like they're flying for some.
Now they are.
Yeah,
Before they weren't.
they're just kind of dead or splits or what.
Spread Eagles. Thanks,
I've
Bob.
seen a bunch of those. Yeah,
That's all Bob's fault.
it is. It's Bob's fault. Well, we just saw the Britons put on a good show for us. Yeah, 130, 129, or 139, or 129, 134. All right, a little quiet dead air here. I know on radio you're never supposed to have dead air, but we're in between strings here. And very enjoyable time here. Great place. Bowlers seem to be having a lot of fun, a lot of good, healthy competition. And they will be accruing points toward their final standings. First event was a Scotch doubles event. And this is the second event of the summer for the Amateur Candlepin Bowling Tour. I think I'd enjoy doing this next summer myself, so let's see. See how they're lining up here for the next round, round 8 of 10. And this should be interesting because a lot of these bowlers are used to doing 10 stringers, but some of them aren't. And regardless, after 7 strings, the fatigue starts to come in. For some start picking up their second wind about this point. Just a couple of boxes to go on 5 and 6 while they finish up. And they're going to be shifting over to here. And we will see Caitlyn Britton, another Britton, Austin Valley, and Melissa Perry Dolot. And they will be bowling against Caitlyn Zolko, Allie Atwell, and Kevin Caples. almost done. Stick with me. The action will be starting again momentarily. Got to talk to Bob about getting an intermission video. So these bowlers have been bowling over 4 hours now. I'm sure they're feeling it.
Tiffany, 3 more?
3 more! Big number 3, my lord! Number 3, my lord!
All right, we're getting ready to start up. We're almost done over there. The last box. All right, good. No Wi-Fi on the phone now. All right, everybody lining up now. So again, we are here at Bayberry Bowling in Spencer, Massachusetts for the Amateur Candlepin Bowling Tour. This is the 10-string event, the second event, and there's a series of events that they have for this summer league. So they travel between different bowling centers, and we are covering the bowlers on lanes 7 and 8 as they travel to us. I'm Dan Castle, your host today. We're coming into Game 8. And on your right, we see Kevin Caples getting ready to set up against Caitlyn Britton. And this is the beginning of Game 8. And here we go. Kevin's throwing the first ball of the game. Put it on the head pin, leaves the 5 and the 9, it looks like, or the 1-3. I can't tell from here. Caitlyn puts up an 8 drop as well. No spare for Kevin. Caitlyn with a spare opportunity here. And that back pin just doesn't go. And there's a 9 box for Kevin. Caitlyn trying to get a 10, waiting for that wood to settle. And she gets a 9 box, so both bowlers start out with 9. Hey Duncan, they're on 8. Thanks for covering the first shift. I didn't want to get up that early. 7 drop for Kevin. 5-7-10 split. Wood moving around. We'll see where it lands. And Caitlyn Britton, I have to look around people here. Drop 4. As a splitter, a hay bale on the left and a 10 pin. Kevin on the spare 10.
My daughter Caitlyn, this is her first 10-stringer ever.
Oh wow.
First time.
Those are tough too. Well, she gets a spare. That was Lane Britton. Caitlyn Britton is his daughter. And this is the first time she's ever bowled in a 10-string event. This is the second box she gets a spare. Kevin with a 9 box. And
set so far. Kevin with 18, Caitlyn Britton with 19 and a fill. Kevin throws a great ball on the pocket, gets a split. Caitlyn's fill. Just 3. So 21 for 2. Kevin trying to catch it and can't get that 6-pin to go. All right, Caitlyn on a spare attempt. She goes wide right. And that's a 10 box for Kevin Caples. 28 through 3. Caitlyn Britton with a 5 bucks, 26 through 3. Kevin Caples in the pocket on the left. There's a diamond and a 10-pin. Caitlyn on the head pin beautifully. 9 drop everything but the 6-pin. Or 9-pin actually. Caples trying to spare that, misses everything. Caitlyn has a single pin to shoot at with wood in front of it. And she gets a spare off the wood. And an 8 box for Caples, and he's at 36 through 4. Caitlyn Britton is at 36 and a ball. So 5th box for these bowlers. Then their number 2s will come up. Kevin hooks it in, but just misses a head pin. Caleri right. On a fill for Caitlyn. 3 fill. 39 through 4. And Kevin picks off the head pin. Caitlyn, no spare on that. And Kevin with a 6 box. Caitlyn with a 7, so halfway through game 8. Kevin Caples with a 42. Caitlyn Britton with a 46. Debating whether I need to move the camera slightly offside. I may want to do that. We're seeing over most people pretty well. Some of the tall people are not seeing that well. All right, Allie Atwell starts us off. And she gets a nice 7 drop, leaves a 1, 2, 4. Austin Valley on the 3 pin. But better than a half Worcester. Allie, just misses a head pin. All right, Austin gets a few. He still has 3 pins up. And a 9 box for Allie Atwell to start off game 8. Austin Valley leaves those 3 pins up there, so he has a 7 box. And that's how we start game 8. All right, Allie Atwell starting box 2. She's on that head pin. Just the 3-6 stayed up. Austin Valley. Again on the 3 pin. Allie misses a spare. Austin's got a whole bunch down there. And he hits the head pin, but does not get a spare, so still has 4 pins up there. He had a 7 in his first. Atwell with a 10 box. That's where she wants to be. Here comes Valley, and we're trying to get a 10 out of this, and he'll take an 8. So 2 boxes in, Allie Atwell at 19, Austin Valley at 15. Allie Atwell just off the head pin. That was a good looking ball going down. 7 drop, 1 free 6. Austin Valley trying to find a spot. That time he found the head pin. Not the way he wanted. He's a bit full. He's a 3-2. Spread eagle minus a 2. Allie Atwell on a spare attempt just hooks it around. That slight break just was enough to carry it off of where she wanted it. Austin, good effort. Just about gets it. There it is for Allie. Austin still has the 4 and 7 looking at him. And that's a 10 box. Nice 10 for Austin, 25 through 3. Allie's at 29 through 3. Allie's ball breaks past the head pin on the left. Just takes out 3. Austin Valley, first ball, box 3. Box 4, I'm sorry. There's a 2 and 2 split. 2-4, 6-10. Nice try by Allie. Leaves the 1-8. Wood in between. That could help her make a 10. Austin trying for a tough split. You got the left pins on both sides to go. Allie's in there, gets the 10. 39 through 4 for Allie Atwell. And Austin Valley with an 8. 33 through 4. Allie Atwell starting box 5. Buries it on the head pin. Leaves herself a difficult lead at 5, 6, 7, 10. Austin on that 3 pin again. It's a lot of action, but he's still left with a 1, 7, 8, 10. Allie tries to pick up that marker. Will be open. Austin got 2. He got the 1 and the 7 to go, but still has a couple up there. And Allie with a 8 box is at 47. Austin with a 9 box is at 42. Halfway through. All right, third bowlers. Melissa Perry Dua and Caitlyn Zoko. Caitlyn's a character, we're fun to bowl with. And she's starting box 1 of game 8 here. No, it's very complex. Bones are okay, but SI joint dysfunction, IT band syndrome, hip bursitis, it's like there. I had to drop out of bowling in April with 4 matches to go. And I have a team of really good doctors and a sports medicine person and physical therapist. I asked them yesterday, I need to be bowling by September, and they said, yeah, I don't think so. But today it's going off here a lot. I'm working on it. We just watched Caitlyn Zoko drop a spare. Lane Britton was asking me about my situation. So, starting boxes, Caitlyn Zoko with 10 and a fill. And Melissa Perry Dolot with a 5 box.
So on the fill for Caitlyn. Got that ball out there. A little too much. Put 4 in the fill. 14 through 1. Melissa on the 3-pin. And that's a Cleary and a 10. Caitlyn trying to spare this. Leaves the back triangle. And Melissa's still looking at her 7-10. Caitlyn with a 9. Melissa out of the gutter. That will be an 8 box. So Caitlyn's at 23 through 2. And Melissa at 13. And thanks for the live viewers for sticking with us. This is a marathon bowling event, 10 strings. We're in number 8 right now. And we're watching Caitlyn Zoko on lane 8. She puts it on the head pin and drops a strike. That was a quick one. And Melissa comes off onto the 7-pin, so got to make a strike of her own for a spare. And chops one more, so a whole bunch of pins up there.
I know, right? I know. Yeah. Here we go.
So watch Melissa now. And she gets out of there with a respectable 7 or 8, actually, 8 bucks. So it's 23 through 3. 21 through 3. And we're going to watch Caitlyn Zoko on the fill again, this time on a strike, just off the head pin. That ball looked good going down. And Melissa dropped 6. Oh, wow. Good ball by Caitlyn, but didn't get the spare, but she still puts 9 on the strike. So that puts her at 42 through 4 and 1 pin to go. In the meantime, Melissa tried to spare that. Still it's a 1-2-3 triangle. And that's a 10 box for Caitlyn. 57 through 4. So there's another box to go. And an 8 box, 29 through 4 for Melissa. See, I find some averages here. Not everybody's on my average sheet. All right, Caitlyn with a Cleary. Came in on the 2-pin. Melissa was on the 4-pin and dropped the triangle left. Caitlyn, she's in there, just misses a head pin. And off to the left for Melissa, still has that double row to go. And Caitlyn gets the 110 for a 10 and a 62 half. And Melissa with a 6 box, 35 half. And we're back to the top of the order on both sides. Starting out with Kevin Caples on lane 8. And Caitlyn Britton on lane 7. Here comes Kevin. In the pocket, nice ball. That's 6, left to diamond. And Melissa off to the left, that's Cleary right. Caples in there, but the ball just breaks the wrong way. Still has one up there. On the Cleary. Oh, Melissa gets it. Beautiful shot. I thought she was full on the head pin, but it worked really well. So spare in the 6th for Melissa Britton. The Britton family putting on a show for us today. She's at 56 in a ball. Kevin Caples at 51 through 6. And here he goes, another nice ball. Breaks at the last minute to the right, so 6 down on the fill for Caitlyn. Just off the head pin. Puts 5 on the spare, so 61 through 6. With a clear he left. Oh, Kevin got everything but that back 9 pin. Melissa on the head pin, but leaves 3.
Can I get you anything? You need like a water or anything?
I'm getting low, yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. 9 box for Kevin Caples. Oh, thank you so much. Very nice to me here. 7 box for Caitlyn Britton, and she is at 68. Kevin at 60. Box 8. Off the head pin. Takes out 6. And Caitlyn, she's in that pocket. And she deserved way better than that. That's a 2-2 split. Kevin was on that one, but the left pin didn't go, so she's sitting at the 3, 4, 6, 7. Trying to get something off the wall. Nice try, both sides. And there's a nice 10 box for Kevin. And Melissa closes that box. With an 8 for 76 through 8. Kevin off the head pin, but takes out 6. Nothing wrong with that. 1, 3, 8, 9 left. Be a tough one because there's a tendency to split those two. So I'm not sure how he's going to shoot that. Here comes Melissa, or not Melissa, I'm sorry, Caitlyn. And she caught the 4 pin and only took 3. See how Kevin shoots this. He went through the middle. Got a couple, but no spare. Nice try by Caitlyn. Came in on the object pin. Hit that right. And Kevin Caples with an 8 box. Caitlyn Britton with an 8 box too, and Caitlyn's at 84. Kevin's at 78, and we're in the last box of game 8 for them. Kevin Caples just out of the pocket. Took out 5. Caitlyn Britton. Gives herself a spread eagle minus a 2 pin. Good try by Kevin. And a good try by Caitlyn, but no spares either side. 7 box for Kevin Caples. That's an 85 here. Caitlyn trying to carry something and nothing going. 7 box. And she has a 91. Second bowler's coming up. Austin Valley on your left. Allie Atwell on your right. Allie checking her slide. As I say, a good move. Always good move. Okay, here we go. Starting game 8. Second half of game 8. Allie Atwell. Oh, she's in that pocket. Oh boy, that's a 2, 7, 8, 10. We're in the middle there. Maybe helpful. I don't know. Let's see what Austin does. Austin let it go late. When did that? That's the 10 pin for Allie. Austin trying to recover from that. Needs to throw a strike to get a spare. And he doesn't do too bad. He took 7 out of that one. One more ball to go. Allie with an 8 box. And Austin gets out of that with a 9 after throwing the first ball in the gutter. So that puts Austin at 51. Allie's at 55. Allie, nice head pin hit. Check mark down in the back. Austin Valley. Again to the right, but not so far. That leaves him to 4 horsemen plus the 5. Allie Atwell on her object, but 2 pins stay up. Austin Valley trying to spare 4 horsemen plus a 5. He's in there, and he gets a spare. Nice spare by Austin. That's staying with your game after you throw a bad ball. Allie with a 9 box. So Allie now is at 64 in the 7th box, and Austin Valley at 61 and a fill. Opportunity to come back. Started with a 7. Allie Atwell on the head pin. They're still falling. Left with the 8-10 split. Austin Valley on his fill. Just 3. So that puts him at 64 through 7. And Allie's got the 8-10 split. And there's a lot of wood in the middle that may be very helpful. She's going to try to deflect it. Gets it. 8 pin took a bit, but it went down. So that's a nice spare in the 8th box. Valley trying to get that last pin to go. And it stays up. That's not right. Comes out of it with a 10. He's a 74 through 8. Allie Atwell on a spare of the 8-10. And this is her fill. Just misses a head pin. Punches out 2. So that's a 12 box. She's a 76 through 8. Austin Valley first ball in the 9th. Nice pocket shot. Everything but the 9, and it's dancing. Allie trying to catch the inside, puts it through the hole. Austin for a spare. No, just to the left. No spare on that single pin. Allie trying to get out of this half Worcester mess. Just punches out the 1 and 5, and that's a 5 box. Actually, it's a 4 box, so she's at 80. Valley at 81. First box, ball in a 10th box, and Allie Atwell drops 8. Austin Valley looking for something to get him over 100. And he's getting some great late action here. Still falling. Allie Atwell picks up the spare in the 10th. Well, Valley's got 7 down. He's got the 1-4-7 wood behind the 1 that may be very helpful. He's on it. And I don't know how, but that 7 pin stayed up. Allie Atwell on her fill. And that's a 5 fill, so she will get her score in a second. You're good. Not even close. 10 box for Austin. 93. I'm shooting way over that ball, over their heads.
Oh, okay.
You have to be like.
That's what I'm doing too. I see a bunch of people duck, but I keep it just.
Yeah. I mean, you can see my screen here. What I got. Whoops! I just went off of it. Yeah. So.
Oh yeah.
Very hard to do that. Yeah, he just walked by and didn't show. Yeah. So that is a 95 string for Allie Atwell, and Austin Valley with a 92, I believe. I'm having trouble reading it from here. Take my word for it. I may be wrong. Doesn't matter what I say anyway. You get the gist. Now Caitlyn Zoko, who's on a 62 half. She's bowling great today. Starts us off, and Melissa is off the head pin, but she drops 6. Caitlyn is looking at the 1-3-4-7, just off the object. Gets that 4-pin to go somehow. And Melissa Perry Dolot has a 2-1 split. She's considering very carefully here. Oh, beautiful split. Carried that 3-pin over, but it didn't touch a 7. She deserved that one. 9 box for Caitlyn for 71 through 6. And a 10 box for Melissa for 45 in her 6 box. Box 7, Caitlyn all over that head pin. And oh my goodness, look at this. 4, 5, 6, 7, 10. She deserved way better than that. Melissa Dolot drops 4. All Caitlyn gets is the center pin. So Melissa now shooting at the half Worcester. In there very nicely, but doesn't go. And Caitlyn with an 8 box. That puts her at 79 in the 7th box. And now she's a little under par. And a nice 9 box by Melissa. So she is now at 54 in the 7th box. 3 more boxes to go in this game. And then 2 more games. So Caitlyn starts out just off the head pin. 1, 2, 4, and 9 are left. Melissa. All right. Gets nothing on that ball. Caitlyn's got a shot here. That wood looks good. She's got to get it in there. She's in there. Helicopters around, does not touch the 9 pin. All right, that's a little better ball for Melissa. She's got 4 down, 6 to go. Caitlyn still has a 9 pin up there. 9 box. And Melissa trying to get something out of this. And she has a 7. So Caitlyn at, I'm having trouble reading it. All right, she drops 7 on her first ball. Can't see it in the camera, but I see it from me. Sorry. That's all right. All right, so now we get to see Melissa. Caitlyn drops 7. She has the 4, 7, 6. And Melissa having a tough time up there. She just punched out. Caitlyn trying to spare that one, but they're parallel pins. It's tough to get. And Caitlyn picked up Melissa picked up a few more, but she still has 4 up there. Caitlyn trying to make a 10 here. Gets it, no doubt at all. And she is now at 90-something. 7 box for Melissa. She did 6 boxes. I hid 9 pins, so 67 through 9. I'm having trouble reading Caitlyn's score. Sorry. 5 drop for Caitlyn. 4 horsemen plus the 7 pin. Melissa off to the left. All right, Caitlyn is on it. Can't carry the 7. Valiant effort. All right, Melissa. Those pins were leaning, but they didn't fall. And that's a 10 box for Caitlyn Solko. And she has, I believe, an even 100. And a 10 box for Melissa. And that gives her 77. So we are done now with game 8, just 9 and 10 to go. I hope you're enjoying this. See some of your friends and favorite bowlers bowling. And we're going to be taking a momentary break while we wait for bowlers to finish up what they're doing. And then we'll start game 9 shortly. Looks like all our technical stuff is working fine. This is the Amateur Candlepin Bowling Tour. They're 10-string events. So all the bowlers are bowling 10 strings, and we're in a second shift, started at 2. This is Stan Castle, and we are at Bayberry Bowling in Spencer, Massachusetts for this event. We just finished game 8. We have 2 more to go, and the bowlers right now are waiting for our stragglers to finish up their games, and then everybody will move 1 lane right, except for the people in lane 16, who will move all the way to the left into lane 1. That's how that works. I don't have to move. I just sit here. We are streaming this on the AACBT page and Candlepin Chat. And hopefully somebody will put it up on the Candlepin Bowling Network. So, a little dead air while we're waiting for everybody to start. 2 shifts of 3 bowlers on each lane on 16 lanes. So a lot of active participation in this game. You come up to New England, if you're not from New England, come give it a try. It's a lot of fun, challenging, much more challenging than traditional 10-pin bowling. We use a small ball, 4.5 inches in diameter. Requires a lot of skill to make some of the shots that you've been seeing people make.
Do we have any hand soap back there?
It's not just a matter of whipping the ball down there as fast as you can. You got to be on your spots, and there's not much margin for error. We do get the advantage of using the wood, but that can also work against you, as you've probably seen in some of the matches. We saw Sarah Wright robbed of a spare by a piece of wood in front of a single pin. That looked good, but it deflected. But a lot of fun, great camaraderie, and a lot of the regular bowlers from throughout the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Maine, Eastern Canada, with a few lanes in other areas such as Ohio, upstate New York, and Albany, a few other places like that. And we like to bring our New England tradition out to the world to let you see. As some New Englanders say, yes, it's a harder game, but we like it like that. And we are getting set up for game 9 and moving into my lane. Moving to the right is Austin Valley and Company. Caitlyn Britton, Melissa Perry Dolot. will be bowling on lane 8, and on lane 7 we're going to see Kelly Murray, Christopher Sammons, and Steve Kelly, who I am well aware also does a lot of live streaming himself. In fact, it looks like he's set up an iPad to do just that. So, looking forward to seeing him bowl. So you see Chris Sammons putting up his balls, and Kelly Murray is already on the lane next to Caitlyn Britton, one of the Britton family. And Mike Smith on lane 6 just started off game 9. We'll be watching Mike Smith in the final game. Good friend of mine, good bowler, former American League pitcher, and MLB pitcher. Still plays baseball. And Caitlyn Britton starts out with an 8 drop. And Kelly Murray with a 6 actually. Caitlyn trying to pick up that split. She had a 7 drop actually, I lied. Nothing going for Kelly Murray. And an 8 for Caitlyn, and a 9 for Megan Kelly. Box 2, game 9. Steve, come say hi.
How you doing?
All right.
Good to see you.
Yeah, you do a lot of broadcasting too.
Yeah, we do.
I caught a couple of yours.
Yeah, that's awesome. We're finally in an area where we're
Merge, yeah. How you bowling? This is Steve Kelly, who's bowling and going to be bowling in front of us in a second. Another streamer.
I'm doing all right.
Yeah, you're doing great.
120 is kind of a low game right now, so
Can't complain about that.
yeah. So yeah, maybe we'll see in a little bit here.
Okay, I'll be looking for you. We'll be calling your games 2 times.
Yeah, we're on lane 7 right now. So yeah,
Yep,
we'll
yep.
be here soon. Yeah.
Yeah, no, you're in my view. We're doing 7 and 8.
Oh, awesome. All right.
So we'll see you.
Show. Hopefully we won't crash out.
That's right. Well, the Britons have been doing great, so. All right, we're back to the action of Steve Kelly. He's bowling in his tournament. He is also a live streamer. And after 2 boxes, Caitlyn Britton's at 17, and Megan Kelly Murray, I'm sorry, not Megan Kelly. My mistake, sorry guys. Is at 18. So, an 8 box for Caitlyn, she's at 25. 9 box for Kelly Murray, who is at 27. Box 4, game 9. Caitlyn Britton on the head pin, spread eagle. Kelly Murray drops 6, leaves a 4 horseman left. And Caitlyn trying to spare the spread eagle, tough spare to make. Goes to the left 3, just gets 1. And Kelly does not get a spare in the 4 horsemen. See what she can do here. And she gets an 8. Caitlyn gets an 8. Kelly Murray with a 10 box. And through 4, Kelly Murray is at 37. Caitlyn Britton at 33. Waiting on a reset here, or a correction or something. Caitlyn Britton on her first ball in box 5. On the head pin again, gets another split. A little easier than the last one. Kelly with an 8 drop. So Caitlyn
going to attempt to pick up the 4, 6, 7, 10 split. Goes to the wood.
It's a pins on the right, but not on the left. And one pin picked up by Kelly. So no spare for either of them in the 10th. In the 5th, I'm sorry. And Caitlyn with a 9 box. Kelly with a 9-2. So halfway through game 9. Caitlyn Britton at 42. Kelly Murray at 46. Our second bowlers come up. Austin Valley on your right. Chris Sammons on your left. Okay, we get to watch Austin Valley now. Bowled against him a couple times this year in the ACST. And here he goes. First ball in the 9th game. And he is off to the right, just picks up a few. In the meantime, Chris Sammons drops a big strike. That's a way to start a string. So Valley trying for a spare on the 179. He's got a piece of wood to kick around. Got to hit that head pin. He does. And the 9 pins survive. So a great effort by Austin, but no spare. And Austin going for a 10. And he gets it. A little delayed reaction.
You'll be okay.
So, Austin at 10 after 1. Chris Sammons on a strike. Good ball by Austin. Somehow the 4 pin stayed up on a strikes fill that just won the first ball for Chris. Valley's got a good spare lead here. The 4 pin, Wood's behind it. Don't think it's going to help. He's got to hit it. Oh, he hit the wood to the right and it spun around, took it out. Spare in a second. Doesn't matter how you get it. Oh boy, just looks like 2 in the fill. The strike. So 12 in the first box for Sammons. Trying to clean it up. Go on to the next. He'll take us an 8, 9. Maybe a 10? Nope, 9 it is. 21 through 2. Better than it could have been. Valley's on a fill. And he just gets 2. So 22 through 2. Sammons is his first ball. Nice 9 drop. That's the one he wanted for the last box. Just a 10 pin. Valley trying to spare this. No go. And Sammons in the face on that one. Gets a spare in the 3rd. Valley trying to get a 10 here. And it's going to be a 7. All right, waiting on a reset. Chris Sammons on a spare. Hopefully I'm saying that right. Austin Valley off to the left. Sammons on a spare. This is a fill. And again, he goes wide, just gets a couple in the fill. It's a 33 through 2 with 2 marks. Valley in there. He had a lot of pins to go down. He got most of them. Okay, Sammons still has 2. Valley still has a 9-10. And that'll be an 8 box. And an 8 box for Chris. Valley is at 32 through 4. Sammons at 41 through 4. So he's still over par, but a couple of missed opportunities there for him. Austin Valley in box 5 of game 9. Found the head pin, and he gets a strike.
That ball hooked in for him. It was looking a little flat. Chris Sammons with the 7 drop.
Yeah, you got it.
And his lead looks like the 3-9-10. Gets a spare, so he sits down on a spare. Both bowlers do. Austin Valley with 47 and a 2-ball fill. Chris Sammons at 51 and a single ball fill. Sammons with 3 marks in this half. Now we get to see the third bowlers on this shift. Starting on your right with Melissa Perry Dolot. Now on your left with Steve Kelly that we just spoke to a little bit ago. Melissa starts out on the head pin. Some late action. That's a nice sleeve at 3-5 with wood in between. Steve Kelly, first ball. He found the head pin. But he left the 2, 7, 8, 10. Spare attempt from Melissa. She could use this. And the ball, too much break on that. Did not work. Nice spare by Steve Kelly. She gets the 10. Third ball's a charm. All right, box 2, game 9. Here comes Melissa. On the head pin again, this time gets a split. Steve Kelly on a fill. 8 in the fill, so 18 of box 1. And the 4-5 are left. Melissa, great effort trying to pick up that spread eagle minus. Doesn't go. Steve Kelly, with another spare. 2 in a row. And that was a 4-5. Wood was aligned properly. All right, that's an 8 box for Melissa Perry Dolot. And she is at 18 through 2. Scott, all right. Steve Kelly is at 28 and a ball. And there's a strike from Melissa. Kelly on the fill. Drops 9. Is it going to be 10? 9 in the fill. 37 through 2. And a good spare lead here with just a 5 pin. No problem. 3 in a row. 3 in a row for Steve Kelly. He's giving us some good bowling here. All right, Melissa Perry Dolot is on a strike. So first ball in the fill. Broke to the left, took out 3 to start. Steve Kelly is on a fill. And it's the same lead, so 3 in the fill. And that gives him a 50 after 3. See if he can keep marking. This is second ball in Melissa's fill. She read her break really well, put 6 on the strike. Kelly off to the right, no spare this time, only his string of spare stops at 3. And Melissa looking at the check mark. And she ends up with a 7, so that puts her at 41 through 4, and Steve Kelly is at 58 through 4. All right, Melissa Perry Dolot. First ball is on the 6 pin, and she takes out the 6-10 plus a couple. Steve Kelly, Good ball. Drops everything but the 5-7. Tough sleeve. Now, Melissa's got them all together at least. There's a bunch. And goes to the left. Kelly waiting for that wood to settle down. He's got to pick up the 5-7 for his spare. And he's got some tough wood down there. I think he might want to go all the way to the right. And try to red line that pin on the right. I don't know if that's going to work though. Oh, he gets it. Beautiful shot. Beautiful spare by Scott Kelly. Steve Kelly. You get my names right. Scott Kelly is a former astronaut, well known. So, sitting down, I read Melissa at 50 and Steve at 68 and a ball. And now our first bowlers come up. Caitlyn Britton on your right. Sat down at 42, I'm sorry. And Kelly Murray on your left, she sat down at 46. First balls, both punched out. Spread eagle for Caitlyn. Just one. Half Worcester for Kelly. So no spares for either, and that's a 7 for Caitlyn. And a disappointing 5-box for Kelly. So that leaves Caitlyn at 49 through 7 or 6. Kelly at 51 through 6. And that time Caitlyn was on the head pin, but she's left with a 4-7, 9-10 split. Kelly has a split 2, 3, and 1. Spare by Caitlyn Britton, excellent spare. They didn't carry for Kelly. She still has a 7-10 split. Wood in the middle. She could go for one pin or go for broke by hitting the wood. She's going for the wood and gets nothing. But honestly, at worst, she only lost one pin. As opposed to just going for the one. So she is at 59 through 7. And Caitlyn Britton coming up on a fill after that great spare. And that's just 4 in a fill. So 63 through 7. Kelly is at 59 through 7. And goes off wide to the left. See if Caitlyn can pick up this Caleri plus a 10 pin, plus a 7 pin. Does not get the spare. Kelly, nice try on the object. Jim, where are you located? And I appreciate that. You're very welcome, James. All right, 71 through 8 for Caitlyn Britton. 66, I read, for Kelly Murray. Caitlyn had a nice drop there. She dropped 8, leaves a 9-10. Kelly on the 3 pin has 4 horsemen plus 3. And another spare by Caitlyn Britton. Oh, Kelly, what a great shot that was, but the 1 pin stayed up. So just trying to pick up that 4 pin for a 10, which she does, and that puts her at 76. Caitlyn now is at 81 and a ball. So, Western Mass. Well, nice to meet you, Jim. Halfway there right now. Nice 8 fill for Caitlyn. 89 through 9. She needs a spare to get 100. Kelly dropped 5. She's well set up if she can catch that. She does. That's a spare and a 10 for Caitlyn Britton. And 5 pins still standing up for Kelly Murray for a 10. So she's not going to get to 90. But she has 2 more, so that is an 83 game, I believe. On the fill for Caitlyn. And that was an 8 fill. She did a great job there, coming back on that. So she closes out with a 102. I believe that's a 102. Might be more than that. Oh, sorry. Oh, you're okay. You're okay. Caitlyn, is that a 102 or a 107? I can't read it. Might be a 107. I really can't read it very well. I can't read what's in the 9th box either. So I read the 71. 71, 81, 7, 89. That's a 107 game. Austin Valley starts out. Sat down a strike. Just 3 in the fill for Chris Sammons. Austin Valley, first ball is 7. Got a good shot to get a spare here. He can get in there. No, not the head pin. 9 in the fill on a strike, so his half is closed at 56. Spare again for Chris Sammons. And Valley with a 9 box. So Austin Valley is 65. Chris Sammons closed his half at 54. That was a 3-mark 54 half. He just put up another mark, so hoping he can do better on the fills. All right, Valley first ball in the 7th. A little bit of a throw there. It's his call. I don't think it was a lob, but it's close. He's calling a lob. 7 in the fill for Chris Sammons, his 4th mark. So now he's a 71 at the after 6. Valley called that ball a lob. So if you're not familiar with Candlepin, the ball has to be on the lane before the lob line, which is about maybe 8 or 10 feet away from the foul line. You can't just chuck it and throw the ball. It has to. It's a game of rolling the ball. So he called it on himself. We don't have line judges currently. If we do, the line judge calls them. Valley's a very ethical player. And they're having a conversation. He's going to be on his 2nd ball with a full rack of 10. So if he gets a strike, it's just a spare. First ball didn't count. Throws a good ball that time. It was down on the deck when it needed to be, so went wide left. He's got a full half to go. Sammons trying to get another spare. No go on that. So 3 pins still up. Valley trying to get out of this box, and he ends up with a 4. And an 8 box for Sammons. 79 through 7. And Valley at 69 through 7. So that was a costly error from him. We just saw Allie Atwell draw a big strike on 9. Austin Valley, first ball. Off the head pin. 4 horsemen plus the 8. Chris Sammons. Off the head pin on the other side. Valley trying to pick up that Cleary. We call that after a bowler named Bob Cleary. And he's in there, but as often happens, that back pin doesn't go. No spare for Sammons. And a 10 for Valley. 79 through 8. 1 pin under par. Sammons trying to pick up 2. He gets 1. $9. 88 through 8. Here comes Valley trying to get back into this. And Austin drops 6. 1, 2, 4, and 5 left. Sammons. But the head pin leaves a check mark. All right, Valley with an attempt on a spare leaves it 1 and a 8. Sammons way off to the right. Valley trying to pin out. Gets 1. He should have had both of them. That pin came off the wall. And a 7 box for Sammons. 95. Valley is at 88. 1 box to go in game 9. Austin put a little too much on that ball. Got away from him. Flipped the 10 pin. Sammons, nice 9 drop. Leaves just a 5 and a piece of wood. All right, nice try by Austin, but he will be open in the 10th, so he will be below 100. Sammons with a mark. Took that 5 pin down like nothing. Valley trying to get out with an 8, 9, or 10. And he'll have to settle for a 9, which is not bad. So he has a 97 game. Chris Sammons is at 105 plus a fill. He's had 5 marks in this game. And that's 5 in the fill. So he has a 110 string, and our third bowlers come up to finish their 9th game. Melissa Perry Dolot on your right and Steve Kelly on your left. Bowlers are not bowling as teams. They are traveling lane to lane together. So it's not a team event. This is an individual event. And nobody on a fill. Actually, Steve Kelly's on a fill. Nice ball by Melissa, and that's a strike. Kelly on the fill. Oh boy, just 1. Chips out 1 pin on that fill. Not right. That was just evil. Still gives him a 69.5, and there's the way to make up for that. He had a decent first ball, but bad luck, and he spared out of it, so he can make up some ground. So both bowlers on a fill. Melissa on a strike. This is 2-ball fill. Off to the left a little bit. 6 in the first ball. Kelly on a fill. Puts 8 on that spare. And he's at 87 through 6. Got a good game going. He had a good sequence he showed me. So far his lowest game was a 122. That's 7 on the strike. Kelly misses that spare. So Melissa at 67 through 6. Bowling well now. And she'll take an 8 and 9, as will Steve Kelly. So both with 9 boxes. Melissa at 76. Kelly at 96. That's in the 7th box. Melissa, nice ball. She's reading the way her ball breaks really well. And that's 8 drops, 7 and 8. Kelly with 3. Nobody on a fill here. All right, Melissa trying to spare the 7-8. Let's see if she can do it. Let's not get the 8. All right, Kelly. All right, some late falling pins, but still 3 up, so both are open. Nice 10 box. And she's at 86. Kelly, is he going to get a 10 here? And that is a 9. He's at 105 through 8. Like I said, his lowest game so far has been a 122 through the first 8. Melissa just off the head pin leaves the 137. Steve Kelly. Not bad. He caught the head pin. He has the 278, but he's got some very favorable wood. Okay, there are 2 go for Melissa, but not the 7. Kelly on the spare attempt. Gets the spare. Never in doubt. And a 9 box for Melissa. She's at 95 in the 9th box. Kelly at 115 plus a ball. I'd say this will not be his lowest game. As I mentioned, his lowest so far is a 122. What you do? Yeah, all of you guys. All right, on the fill for Kelly. And just 5. That puts him at, can't see it yet. All right, nice bid by Melissa. Steve Kelly looking at the 13647, gets nothing. He is at 120 through 9. He's got 5 down so far. And an 8 box by Melissa for a 103. Kelly, nothing. So a 125 game. Nothing to be ashamed of there, but he was hoping to break 130 on that. 125 for Steve Kelly, 103 for Melissa Dolot. And we are done with round 9. 1 more to go, and then we can call it. So that's my former station ID. You are watching the Amateur Candlepin Bowling Tour. We are at the 10-string event at Bayberry Bowling in Spencer, Mass. Right now there's about 48 bowlers bowling. They're going into their 10th game. They've all bowled 9 strings. This is to accrue points toward the standings. They've already had 1 event this year. It was a doubles event. This is the 2nd event of the season. And I am Dan Castle. Been announcing all the 2nd shift of starting at 2 o'clock. And my friend Duncan McDougall announced the first half. So here we are. Ready to finish this up. We're getting there, very close. So still have a few viewers live, which is great. Love having live viewers. Now rotating out of my view will be Caitlyn and Austin and Melissa. Kelly, Chris, and Steve will move to the lane 8. And coming on to lane 7, Mike Smith, Scott Burke, and Bill Olsen. Mike Smith, as I mentioned, is a former teammate of mine on 2 different teams. Now started his own team on Friday. And we do bowl in Millis together. And he's been bowling for a few years now as a former Major League pitcher. So Mike used to play for the Toronto Blue Jays, as well as a couple of other teams. He's a great guy. He throws a great ball. Still playing baseball in the Central Parks League in Boston, and doing quite well there. Throws a good, solid ball. You'll get to see Mike on lane 7 because he's the next bowler up. So his pitching skills have translated well to Candlepin. Although in our Monday league, I took away the high string for the year from him. So there, Mike. Mike and his wife Ashley bowl in the Friday night league. Mike also bowls in the Monday league once a month in ACST. So you get to see a lot of Mike. And the other bowlers on that team are I'm not familiar with offhand, but we'll watch them bowl and see how they do. And they still have a whole nother half to go there. They finished. 2 bowlers are about done. Their third bowler hasn't come up yet. So, anybody got any comments? Anything that you'd like to add? We've had some good comments so far. Always appreciated. So this event and this summer tournament, the Amateur Candlepin Bowling Tour, is an opportunity for bowlers of all skill levels to be in a traveling league with different events. This is a duration event, almost like a marathon, doing 10 strings. Ray McAllister is saying hello to us in our downtime.
Bowling well.
Bowling well? All right.
Like 992.
But you haven't come into my lanes.
I won't.
I know, I see that. Smith is in for the last run.
Was he?
Yeah, he's coming in next. Yeah, as soon as they get that group gets done, they're only on starting their third bowlers now. What's that?
Gotta be close to the money. Really well.
So do you know what the cutoff is on this? Because there is money for each event in the season at the end of the season. So I just walk in and just call them the numbers. Yeah. But it's good if I can tell people what's actually going on, you know? Nobody tells me. I was planning on doing this summer until I got hurt, so maybe next year. But I will keep streaming until they kick me off. Ray McAllister, we covered recently, had a great match for the ACST Class B semifinals, where he bowled against James O'Brien, and that came down literally to the last box, and we covered that out of Wakefield. So look for that video. That was a fun video to do. A lot of creativity on the bowlers and I working together because they don't have electronic scoring there, so they're keeping a sheet. I'm keeping a sheet too, and we found after a couple of games that we were off by a little bit from each other, so we made sure to synchronize at the 5th game because it was literally within a couple of pins, and me being off a little from their official score, whether I was right or they were right, doesn't matter, just that theirs is the official score. So we did it, and it did come down to the last box, just a couple of pins. A lot of fun. I'm not going to tell you who won it, but I enjoyed watching those guys bowl. Ray also bowls on Friday night in Millis, and Mike Smith is his teammate now. Used to be my teammate. But Ray and his wife Veronica bowl with Mike and his wife Ashley. So I'm filling some air here, and hopefully you find it interesting. If not, go get a drink, because we are coming into the 10th and final game of this marathon bowling session, a 10-stringer from Bayberry Bowling in Spencer. All right.
I'm sorry.
Oh no, you're okay. I'm in your way, so. All right, we're waiting for 4 more boxes over on lane 6 and 7. And you know what I can do? I can move my camera over to there. So I'm going to try to do that now so you can see what's going on. Oh, it's a little too far. Hey, so you see what's going on. We've got a few more boxes to go. We have Bill Olsen up on the right, and on the left is Chase. I can't pronounce the name. Abramsick. And we had some lane malfunction down there. Trying to straighten that out. So that'll slow down a tournament sometimes. See if I can zoom in a little bit. So, if that ever happens to you on a lane and they need to fix the lane next to you, we always give at least one lane courtesy to the person fixing things. You don't want to throw a ball and have it go wild and nail somebody. So that's why Bill's not bowling right now. And that ball is just to clear out a gutter. Person doing the repair is out of the pit right now, off the pin deck. No, pretty good.
Are you gonna put this on YouTube? On YouTube?
Yeah, we're gonna move it over there too. It's right now on a couple spots on Facebook, Candlepin Chat. So yeah, but I can't do it while I'm here, but we will move it to the Candlepin Bowling Network channel. So just watching Bill Olsen finish up. And he's going to be coming over here to our lanes momentarily. Nice spare. That's what you have to look forward to. He's wearing an ACS t-shirt. Not sure what division he's in. Just 2 in the fill for Bill.
Abby, where's Abby? We're tied.
All right, one more box to go, and then we'll be back over on 7 and 8 for the finale of this marathon bowling session. This is Dan Castle. I'm here with you at the Amateur Candlepin Bowling Tour 10-string event at Bayberry in Spencer, Mass. No spare in the 10th. Gets a late pinfall. Ooh, excuse me, long day. And that's it for that match. Go back to our lanes. I like having this remote. All right, we are ready to rock and roll here with the 10th game. Dan Castle here with you at the Atlantic, not the Atlantic, that's the other league, at the Amateur Candlepin Bowling Tour. And getting ready to bowl now, we see Mike Smith that I just spoke about on lane 7. And we will see momentarily Callie Murray come up on lane 8. I see you. Good shot, Allie.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I've been watching. My daughter's name's Allie. Short for Alexandra.
Oh, short for Allison.
Yeah, just A-L-I, Allie.
Mine should be that, because Allison is spelled A-L-I,
All right, we are coming up for game 10. Everybody ready to put a cherry on top of this one? See what we can see here. I'm not going to move my camera at this point. We maybe get some obstructed pins, but there's no perfect here. See if I can go up a little higher. And we're starting out with Callie Murray. First ball looks good in here. Now you get to see former Major League pitcher Mike Smith bowling. That's as high as I can go. And Mike's first ball was a ball, way off. Wild pitch. Kelly puts it through the hole. Mike Smith looking to throw a strike now. And boy, does he throw a good ball there. Dropped 8. Be open, but he recovered from that first gutter ball. And there's an 8 box for Mike Smith. Mike's been bowling in a lot of tournaments in that since he started bowling a few years ago. Very active guy. One of the nicest people you'll ever meet, too. All right, Callie Murray, first ball in box 2. After putting up a 7, Smith off to the left. He had an 8 box in his first. Kelly with a triangle plus a 7 pin, trying to kick that over. The ball just broke a little too much. Smith with that hay bale on the right, or a half a rack, or whatever you want to call it. Took out everything with a 1-9. Kelly with a 7 box. Smith with a 10. So Smith is at 18 through 2. Kelly is at 14 through 2. And coming into box 3, waiting on a reset. And box 3 starting up for our first bowlers. Callie Murray, first ball. Off the head pin, Smith. He's off the head pin, but he gets some late action. I know he throws a ball in the mid-30s usually. He's been trying to push for 40. Strong guy, in great shape. Kelly off to the right, just clips the 10 pin. Smith, 4 horsemen right. And that one got away from him. He lost a pin. Most he can get's a 9 box now. And that's a 7 for Kelly. And for Smith, that's a 7 too, because he lost that pin. 21 for Callie Murray through 326 for Mike Smith. Actually, should be 25. Kelly, first ball, box 4. Off the head pin again. Leaves 3 in a row plus the 9 pin. Smith, box 4. Found it that time. Found the pocket, but some late falling pins leave him the 5-7-10 split. Lots of wood. Maybe he can make it work. Kelly to the left. Smith trying to spare the 5-7-10. See if he can get this. He does. He picks up the 5-7-10. Beautifully done by Mike. And that's a 10 box for Callie Murray. So Kelly is at 31 through 4. Smith 35 and a ball. That was a nice shot. He took advantage of the wood that was given him. Made it work. Kelly Murray, box 5. She's at 31 through 4. And drop 6. Smith on a fill. Goes wide to the left. Just puts 4 on it. So that's 39 through 4. And a whole side of that rack is still there. Kelly through the opening. Smith just misses the object. Leaves the 110. So they'll both be open in box 5. And Kelly with a 7 box. And she sits down with a 38. Smith with a 9 box. And he has 48. All right. We're off to our second bowlers. On your left is Scott Burke. And on your right will be Chris Sammons. All right. So Chris Sammons, hard to see over. He's a tall guy. Going to start out with a ball on a 4-pin. Takes out just a 3. And Scott Burke. Can't see what he's got right yet. Olsen, Sammons, nice try. So Burke has 4 pins up. Just clipped 1. And Sammons with an 8 box to start game 10. Burke with a 9 box. All right, box 3. I'm sorry, box 2. Sammons way off to the right, just picks up the right side. 7 drop for Burke. Sammons has the 4 horsemen plus the 3 and the 5. He's got to put it in there. Just gets he gets some late action. It's very favorable. Everything but the head pin. And Burke misses his spare attempt. He was trying to get that line. All right. Hang on a second. Hey guys. Hey Bill. Would you ask those guys to move a little bit? Would you mind asking those guys to move? They're right in the video. Anywhere but directly in front of the camera. They're both tall. I gotta move you guys, sorry.
No, I told you no.
I did. It's loud in here.
I was also deaf.
Oh, I have that too, so. All right. Yeah, normally I'm shooting over everybody's head, but you guys are too tall.
Well, that's what I said the first time I was out there. You go, no, it's fine.
Yeah, well, I made some movements, so. You know what? I know what I did. I moved it up, down a little. Move it up. All right, we're catching up here. I need one more click up. There we go. That's not going to catch too many people. All right, we're 3 boxes into our second bowler, and Sammons has 25, as does Burke. So first ball for Sammons is just cherry-picked that 110 pin. But Burke's got a good lead there. He's got a triangle with wood in front of it, and the wood's moving back. Sammons trying to recover that. Just off. Not bad. 1, 4, 7 are left. Wood's moved away for Burke, so it may be tougher, and it is. It deflected the ball around the 10. And Sammons with a 10 box, 35, 33, I'm sorry, through 4, 35, 34 through 4 for Burke. So Burke at 34 with a 9 box, 50, 33 at 4 for Sammons. That's a good ball. A little full. If he can break that split, he's going to be happy. Burke. All right, he dropped 7. He's got the 3-6-7. Sammons looking for a good shot here. Got to come off of that. Does not work. Burke gets a spare off the wall on that split. Tough split. Sammons still has the ball to go. And he's going to take an 8-box. So, Chris Sammons with 41 at the half. Scott Burke, 44 and a ball. Now we get to see Bill Olsen, who was a little bit ago the obstruction. Now he's the attraction. And Steve Kelly on your right, starting their game 10. So Steve Kelly will start us off. Tall guys that can't shoot over, but a little late to think of it. Kelly's ball hooks to the right. He comes in on a 3-pin, takes out 5. And Nelson with 4 on his drop. Looks like he also hit the 3-pin. Sammons trying to break that split up, can't get it to go. And Olsen with almost a spare, just left a 4-pin. Nice out by Steve Kelly with a 10. And Bill Olsen with a 9. Box 2, game 10. Still needing a reset for Olsen. And Steve Kelly starts out in the pocket, breaking left to right, and doesn't get a strike. Leaves the 5, 8, and 10. All right, Bill Olsen gets a reset, no pins. So we got a reset, but no pins twice. Hello. Nope, you're fine. I can't hear you, I'm sorry. I don't work here. I'm a broadcaster, yeah. All right, we're waiting again on a reset on lane 7, which 4 times has come up with no pins. So they're teasing him, saying, well, that was 4 strikes in a row for him. But it's not. So a little break in the action while Steve Kelly gets to contemplate his spare shot. Probably looking at trying to hit the red line on that and carry the 5 and the... Is that the 4? It must be. Or the 2. Is that the 1? That's a 1-2-10. 1-2-10. Emily Reed, nice to see you here. They are on string 10. This is the final string. And we are on our 3rd bowlers on each side. So we're nearing the end here of this marathon session. Still no pins for Bill Olsen. I think the pins are chickening out. They don't want to play anymore. They're tired. We're going to get pins this time? No more pins this time. And the thing is, we don't have any lanes here to move him to. But we're still here with you. I know I'm not terribly entertaining, but this Cody Burnell just went by. And now we have pins for Bill Olsen to knock down after they've been stood up. And here we go with his first ball. And it's just off, but not too bad action. So he drops 7. 1-2-4 left. Steve Kelly on a spare attempt of the 1-2-10. Misses it through the hole. Olsen misses his. Mike Smith. And here we go again. And that's a 9 box for Kelly. And an 8 for Olsen. So Kelly, through 2, is at 19. I'm sorry. Yep. Yeah, I don't work here. So.
Yeah, you work here. What can I do for you? Pretzel? Yeah, absolutely. Where are you hanging out? Over in the arcade? All right. So this will be $7. I'll bring it right over to you. Thank you.
All right, Steve Kelly with a 7 drop. And Bill Olsen drops just 3.
There you are, man. I'll have it on in about 5 minutes, right?
All right, for the spare attempt, Kelly is looking at triangle and just plucks out the right pin. Olsen just gets 1. He's got a bunch up there, still has 6 pins. And an 8 box for Kelly. Olsen gets out of this one with a 10. Nicely done. Clears up half of that rack. And going into box 4, Kelly is at 27. Olsen at 27 also through 3. Kelly puts that in the pocket. 5, 9, 10, 5, 9, 7 split, I believe. Olsen on the head pin. Leaves 4. 3 and 1 split. And still has a 7 pin standing there for Steve. And we have a 10 box for Kelly. 10 box for... Sorry, I can't read that. It's like a 9 box for Olsen. We're in the 5th box now. Kelly gets a 7-10 split off that nice head pin hit. Olsen punches out a half Worcester on the right side. I don't know how he's going to shoot this. It's going to be tough. He's going to try to come off the wall. Doesn't work. Almost never does. So he just catches the 10. Olsen on the half Worcester. Too far to the left. Leaves 4. And Kelly with his last ball of the first half puts it in the channel. So that's a 9 box. And he sits down with 46. Olsen with a 9, he's at 45. And now our first bowlers come up for the finale of this session. Last half, last game. And we're ready to wrap it up after this. We won't have results in the broadcast. Those have to be compiled. And so we don't know from the first session from 9 to 2 or the second session from 2 to now who's going to be in the money, who's not. That'll be posted on the site. But we're coming into box 6, game 10, starting with Kelly Murray on your right. She had a 38 half to start with. That time she dropped 8. Mike Smith is at 48 himself. Off onto the 4 pin, just took out a couple. Kelly got wood down there. Can she make it go? It's the left side, not the right. Smith needs to throw a strike ball here. All right, that one goes wide inside. There's no high or low pitches here, just inside, outside, or on the mark. And Smith to clean him up. And he'll take a 7, 52 through 6. Kelly is a 47 through 6. 55 through 6, right. So, box 7 coming up. Waiting on a reset again. And we're still going here. We're waiting on equipment on 7 again. It's been a little cranky. Just got to go through a few more boxes and then it's done. And starting box 7, Kelly Murray. Just misses a head pin to the left, but takes out 6, leaves a 4 horseman. Mike Smith buries it in the left or in the right pocket, takes out everything but the 2 and the 4. Makeable spare. Kelly trying to pick up the 4 horsemen, takes out just 1. Mike with an opportunity here. He's got to pick up 2 pins. And he went wide to the right. Definitely some fatigue setting in the bowlers. And Mike goes wide left. Normally he eats that shot up like nothing. And that's an 8 box for Smith. 63 through 7. Kelly is at 55 through 7. All right, here we go. Box 8. Kelly Murray on the head pin. But it's left with a castle left. 4, 5, 7. Smith off the head pin, but 7 drop. Like his better. That's a 1, 3, 5. Kelly shooting at the castle, does not get it. Gets just the left 2. Smith is a sideways triangle, and he just picks up the back pin off the wood. Nine box for Kelly Murray, 64, and a 9 box for Mike Smith. That puts him at 62. Does that say 62 or 72? Should be 72. I guess it is. All right, 72 through 8 for Smith. Kelly, who's at 60. Smith off the side a little. The 1-7-9 split. Kelly misses her spare bid. Smith shooting at 1-7-9 with wood. And I can't see around people right now, but I can see that he missed it. All right, 9 box for Kelly Murray. And Smith comes out of that with a 9 box as well. So Mike Smith at 85. Kelly 73. And this is their last box of the day. Kelly drops a few. Smith, that was a strike ball, but he only got 7. 2, 4, 6, 2, 4, 5 are left. Some loud people here. All right, no spare in the 10th for either bowler. They'll both be under 100. And Kelly trying to pick up some of these 4 pins. And through the whole 6 box, Smith went wide, a 7 box. So Mike Smith finishes with Mike, I can't read your score. Can't read the scores. Looks like a 75. All right, I can't read those. All right, we're back up to Sammons. And I can tell he's a 41 at the half. We are on a spare for Burke.
David Castle's number 1.
Oh, thank you. Can you read these scores? No. I can't read Smith's score in the top left or Kelly's on the top right.
Top right, you got 79.
79 for Kelly Murray
Top
and
left is
88
88.
for Mike Smith. Okay. Yeah, I need new glasses bad. All right, Chris Sammons and Scott Burke up there. Sammons wearing his ACS t-shirt. And he picks up a 10. And a 9 for Scott Burke. So that puts Chris Sammons at 51 through 6. As we come down to the end of this long day of bowling. Scott Burke is at 68. Chris Sammons is only at 51 right now, and he just punched through. Scott Burke went wide left with a lemon drop. Sammons looking at this half Worcester minus a 5, and he just missed it. All right. 4 pins left for Scott Burke and a whole bunch for Chris Sammons. We're almost there. See if we can get something out of this, and he puts it through the bunny hole, but picks up 2 more, so a 6 box. And Burke with a respectable 9 box. Nothing wrong with that. That puts Burke says he's at 69, but he's higher than that. All right. All right, Sammons starting out. And he's got a Cleary on the right. Scott Burke leads the 1-5-8-9. Tough lead, very unusual. Sammons clips the head pin. And he closes with a 10. Burke trying to pick up a triangle. And it's an 8 box. And that says he is at 77. All right, I'll take their word for it. All right, so he was 60 at 6. All right. Sammons is at 67 through 8. He desperately needs a mark now. And that's a half Worcester on the right side. Burke with a diamond. 6 down, 4 up. Sammons puts it through the hole. Burke, great effort on that diamond, but leaves the back pin. 1 more ball and 1 more box. Sammons corrects. And he gets out of it with a 9. 10 box for Scott Burke. And that puts Chris Sammons at 76 through 9. 87 through 9 for Scott Burke. Last box of this day for them. And we have 1 more bowler and we're all done. All right, Chris Sammons lining up. Bowls from the right. And he put down a strike ball, not right in the pocket. And 7 go down. Burke on the left. He put down 6. He's left with a lambda. That's what Bob and I call that. 1, 3, 6, and 9. And interesting spare opportunity here for Sammons. The wood's a little steeper than we like. But I think he's got a shot at it if he can catch that wood right. Went to the other side and it worked. Spare in the 10th for Sammons. And just missed for Burke. He could not pick up that head pin. Last ball for Burke. He makes a 10, and he has a 97. And the last ball for Sammons is a fill ball. He's at 86 plus his ball. He's in there. And that's an infill. It gives him a 94. So his day is done. And now our last bowlers of the day. Steve Kelly on your right. Bill Olsen on your left. And we're ready to roll with the 10th box of the 10th game and the last bowlers on each side. Starting with Steve Kelly on lane 8. And he is currently at 46 at the half. And he throws a good starting ball here. 5 and 10, stay up. 5 and dime. Bill Olsen is at 45 at the half, and he starts out with just 3 pins down. Kelly trying to make a shot here. Plays the wood. That works. That was an aggressive move. Capped the right wood. It came back to the set 5 pin, and that's a spare for Kelly. Beautifully done. That was well done. I would have thought of going to the 5 pin, but he knows his stuff. So that is an 8 box for Bill Olsen, and he's at 53 through 6. Steve Kelly's on a fill on lane 8. And here we go on the fill. Hard to see around him, I know. He's in the pocket. And Steve Kelly puts, looks like 8 on the fill, maybe 7. Bill Olsen drops 8. That was an 8 fill. Nicely done, and he's left with the 2 and the 5. Wood over there. Doesn't touch it. Oh, a nice bid by Bill Olsen. Kelly is at 64 through 6, and now 74 through 7 with that 10 box. Olsen with a 9 box. He's at 62. 3 more boxes. Wrap this up. All right, Steve Kelly made that phenomenal 5 and 10 spare, and here he is in the pocket. 6 pin stayed up somehow. I don't know how that happened. It looked like a strike to me. Bill Olsen. Okay, breaking up some of the split, but still has the 2, 4, and 6. Those pins are not in line. Kelly with a single pin spare all over it. Spare in the 8th for Kelly. And Olsen can't get that 6 pin to go. So, Kelly now is at 84 and a ball in the 8th. And Bill Olsen is at 72 in the 8th. This is another fill for Steve Kelly. So here he goes on the fill. Just off the head pin. Puts 5 in the fill. 89. That's still 5. No, it's 7. Sorry. 89 in the fill. Or 89. No, what is it saying? Something weird about that. I see 74 in the 8th, and then he put 10, 84, and he put 7. So that should be 91, and it is. Okay, and another spare for Kelly. 7 down so far for Olsen. He's got the 1, 6, 10. Wood in between. He's going for it. And he probably should have just gone for the 2 because that's an 8 box. And that is 80 exactly. Kelly by my read 91, 101 in a ball, and a punch out, half Worcester left. Olsen got better results with that. He was off the head pin too. And the head pin fell, so he deserves 3 in the fill. And he is now at 104 in the 9th. And here we go. Kelly with his second ball trying to spare this mess. Just off. That was a half Worcester minus a head pin. And Olsen gets a spare in the 10th. Last ball of the match for Kelly. And he'll take a 9 box for 113 by my read. It says 112 up there. Olsen puts 7 on the fill. And that's a 97. So, bowling fans, we've just wrapped up 10 games of bowling. There's a few bowlers still going on, but they're not in the lanes we're covering right now. And hope you enjoyed that. You got to see a lot of different bowlers bowl today. Some great shots, some agonizing misses. But this was the Amateur Candlepin Bowling Tour today with a 10-game event in Spencer, Mass. at Bayberry Bowling. I'm Dan Castle. It's been a pleasure being with you and seeing you all. And until the next time, we will see you on the lanes.